Okay, it's good to see all the gentlemen and ladies in the studio. It's good to have, Dr. Dominic, you're welcome back. My brother, Mr. Tony, you are also welcome. These are henchmen of the platform that are here. So I got to behave myself. Let me adjust my suit. Great to be here. I know. Oh, Chris, and of course, Dr. Ngo. Dr. Ngo is also here. Wow. It's going to be a great day today. And the program is already cut out for me. I'm only going to take feedbacks of what we have discussed earlier, which is we featured Evangelist Ezekiel, who is one of the leading voices. In fact, somebody describes him as the true man of God in Nigeria. Because whilst the big churches were still playing politics, he went out there to put the truth squarely on the doorposts of the government, and for the whole world to see what is going on in the plateau, and indeed in the whole of the Middle Belt, and of course, Nigeria. So whether we like it or not, the truth is out there, and it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good because life is so precious that God, who created it, said you have no right to take anybody's life. It does not matter whether you agree with the person's policy or politics or not. It does not matter whether you agree with the person's religion or not. It does not matter whether both of you are in the same religion or not. If your God, that has always been my argument. If your God is so powerful, he doesn't need anybody to fight for him. And that's what I believe. My God is able to fight his battles. He doesn't need me to fight it. So if you have to be the one, in the university, I used to have a friend who said he used to be a native doctor. He needs to worship, as an idol worshiper. But he said that he just realized that one day that the wood that he has carved and called it his God. If the wood have to eat, now he will be the one to go and bring the food, cook the food, carry it and go and put it there and say, here is wine, or here is this. And the thing will continue. So one day he asked himself, why should I continue to do this? I'm the one feeding this thing. I'm the one doing everything for it. It's not even doing anything for me, because even whatever sacrifice I've been doing is not answering. So he decided to burn the wood, and that's how he went back to becoming a Christian. So if you have to be the one doing everything for your God, if your God has to brush teeth, you brush the teeth for the God. Then you know that you don't have a God that you're serving. But that's me, and that's what I believe. You may have your own belief different from what I believe. Even if our belief don't go together, I don't have the right to take your life. Nobody should. Nigeria, the West Africa cannot even contain Nigeria if there is any problem that breaks out. But I don't want to take all the time. I want to give you guys the opportunity to, air your views. And like I said, I have lived in the Middle Belt for over 30 years of my life. And so I know the terrain. I know some of the communities I've been taking. I've worked in those places. I mean, as in early in my life, I was a missionary. And so I've been to those places, some of the places we used to go there to make, boreholes and water wells and all that for the people. So I know the place very well. And even the hometown of the very Reverend, I have also been in those areas. But having said that, I see, every good guy is here. So let's get them in. Here we bring in Mr. Tony, Dr. Dominic, Dr. Ngo. Oh, we have 2 doctors right now, all medical doctors. That means malaria, go your way. You can't stand the heat. All right. We also have Bro Chris. We have Pastor Ike. And yes, the revolution man is here. Revolution now for now. So, gentlemen and ladies, you are welcome. We had earlier discussed with Apostle, Evangelist Ezekiel. And because Evangelist Ezekiel had a bit of a network challenge the first time, So we also had another very great guy, who also invariably most people didn't know, has also schooled in the US. The Reverend Steve Sylvester is the younger brother of Evangelist Ezekiel, and all of them, surprisingly, all of them are in the mission field. So he was here also to discuss extensively. And those of us who joined earlier could see that both of the accounts is almost the same thing, the same word. And all. So what is going on in the plateau and indeed the middle belt is very concerning for anybody who indeed wants Nigeria to be that one Nigeria that they all, shout about. I will give Dr. Dominic, I'll just go the same way we came in so that everybody can have an opportunity to make your first initial comments. So, Dr. Dominic, you have 4 minutes, and then 4 minutes and 1 minute to round up. That's 5 minutes.
Maybe 4 minutes is a lot, but
Okay. We just do your best, whatever you can
I'll take
take.
4 minutes. Since I have 4 minutes,
Okay.
since I have 4 minutes, I'll go a little deeper. Because I think some people are
Okay.
interested in this. I think when a
All
lot of
right.
people, when there's this mention of genocide, there's this sort of general sense of like, there's ethnic cleansing happening, there's all these killings happening, whether religious or not, and it's easy to jump to that point of saying there's a genocide happening. But I think part of the reason, as I started looking into this, is because it's a legal term. It's something that you can't just pin on something. Even the Armenian genocide. You know how much politics went into trying to suppress the Armenian genocide being classified as a genocide, because Turkey, Ottoman Empire then, which is now inherited by current Turkey, was fighting against using that term. So it becomes a little tricky. And then when it comes to Africans, I almost feel like unless something is very jarring and horrible, usually the West doesn't really have any incentive or motivation to come and actually study what's going on and see if it meets the legal definition of genocide, until it's as horrible as what happened with the Hutus and Tutsis in Rwanda, which is very sad. But indulge me for a second. I'm just going to read the definition, well, the UN definition of genocide. It means any act of the following. Genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. And then it lists all the following acts. 1, killing members of the group. 2, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. 3, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, in whole or in part. Number 4, imposing measures intended to prevent birth within the group. 5, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. So I think some of these things is already involved in everything that's already happening. But there's a part of it that I find especially interesting. It says here, Article 2 of Genocide Convention contains a narrow definition of the crime of genocide, which includes two main elements. Two main elements has to be met. One is a mental element, which is the intent to destroy, whether in whole or in parts, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. The second one is a physical element, which includes 5 acts: killing members of the group, like I mentioned, causing bodily harm, and all whatnot. So I think some of these things are already there. The question is, should we care if what's happening now is defined as a genocide? I think a lot of people may say yes, because when you give it that terminology, words are powerful. All of a sudden, people's interest now focus is there. Like what is happening in Sudan, right? If you don't call it a name, if you don't tag it a name, people don't pay attention, because there's stuff happening in Gaza with Hamas and killings in Israel, right? And so it sort of takes center stage. There's stuff happening in Ukraine. So what happens is all these things sort of take up the media space, and it doesn't allow other things that are happening in places like Africa to take center stage. But when you define what's happening as a genocide, or give it those jarring emotional terms, all of a sudden it comes to the forefront. So I just wanted just kind of dabble into that a little bit. So we kind of get a sense of why some people are wanting to tag this as genocide. Now, whether it would actually be tagged as genocide, I don't think it's going to happen. Just because it's a legal definition, someone needs to come and it needs to be really. They're very, very particular when they tag genocide because it has like very serious implications. So, I mean, I'm not saying this assertively, but I suspect that the Nigerian government doesn't want anyone to tag what is happening within their borders as a genocide because it reflects on their lack of capacity to be able to protect their sovereignty.
I have a question for you,
Go ahead.
Dr. Dominic. So the killings going on in Nigeria right now,
Yes.
if the people that have been killed are over 50,000 people, just in the last less than 7 years ago, from
Yes.
Are you that doesn't qualify as genocide? This is
So
I'm talking about. Remember talking to Pastor Ezekiel today. That's a lot of people they buried that was never reported. Of course, you know that the media have been blanking out, these things that is happening, especially in the Middle Belt. So, will you say that it still doesn't qualify?
I don't look at it in terms of numbers, and I think the UN definition. If you look at the spirit of what the UN definition is trying to say here, I don't think it talks about numbers because you can commit a genocide by wiping someone's identity. Let's say, give you an example, you came to England, right, and the Nigerian government forced all Igbo people to change their names to, let's say, some other ethnic group's name. Don't mention anything about Igbos at all, about being Igbo. Everything is totally changed. The street names are changed. Essentially, wiping identity without necessarily inflicting bodily harm. I think that also suggests genocide because what you're doing is you're ethnically cleansing us. You are replacing all our identity. So, and if you look into it here, it says intent to the mental element is the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. So you don't necessarily have to inflict bodily harm. You just have to have the intent to erase someone's identity. So whether you kill all those people or you try to erase them, look at what happened in between some of the subplots that are happening between Ukraine and Russia. Russia claims that the Russian ethnic Russians who are within Ukrainian territory, that the Ukrainians for many decades have been trying to suppress their language. They're trying to prevent the ethnic Russians in Ukraine from speaking Russian, and they are forcing Ukraine as the only language to be used. And so therefore those people are taking up arms because they don't want the Ukrainians to wipe out the Russian culture within those ethnic Russians within Russia. And that is sort of an excuse for Russia to come and defend those people. And that's why those people are seeking self-determination. So I don't look at numbers. If you I mean, the numbers sort of helps lay more evidence of a genocide happening. I think what's important here is the intent of what's happening and the fact that these people are being single-handedly killed because of what they represent, whether it's a particular religion or a particular ethnic group. Right?
Okay.
Obviously, if it's like 5 or 6 persons,
can I ask a question? Can I?
No, please don't ask me a question. Everybody can speak, please.
No, see, the reason why I'm saying this is because you asked the question, and maybe I understand the question you ask, but it's not. Maybe he doesn't understand the question. He doesn't want to answer it. It's a simple question, quite frankly, and it doesn't require lengthy explanation or elaboration. Can I make it? Can I make the point plain, clear? What the question? Listen, Dominic.
Go ahead.
Yes, I understand the explanation is not about number, but the question is asking because somehow you're trying to maybe shine away from actually saying yes, it meets the legal definition, the standard. It is simple. Is it genocide or not? So, and if there's a reason why you don't wanna, or anybody does not wanna call it a genocide, then what is that reason? Because from the legal definition, it meets what is going on meets the test, and so why are we not calling it? I'm not saying I mean, what's the equivocation? That's this that. I don't understand.
I see what you mean.
Yeah. So yes, sorry, it's a simple question, and I think it should require a simple answer.
My personal opinion. If you want my personal opinion, I can give you my personal opinion.
Well, of course, that's what it's asking.
Yeah, my personal opinion. What I was trying to differentiate is my personal opinion is this is at least to the level of ethnic cleansing. I quite frankly think it to in a soft level it meets the definition of genocide, but I don't know if it meets the actual standard of genocide.
No,
That's
but you
what
read the legal definition.
But then you have to go into like the intent, which I think.
So you think the intent is not there?
Personally,
Okay.
I believe the intent is there, but that's what I'm
Okay.
saying. It's a legal
I
term.
don't. Okay.
I
Let's
personally want to call it. Personally, in my private conversation, I call it a Christian genocide. Don't get me wrong.
KJ, let me help Dominic.
Is a different thing.
It's just
No, don't. So don't go
No,
everywhere.
I'm not going to say much. What I wanted to
Guys,
say
let's
is,
take our turn now. When you people make it rowdy now, it becomes a child play.
what I wanted to say is that the INEC chairman,
wow.
I apologize. Okwebelo.
Yeah, wait for your turn. You don't need to apologize. Let's take it how KJ said it.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Sorry.
I think Tony is next. If you don't have any other questions for me.
Yeah. So hold on, doctor. You hold on also. Thank you.
What your do now? What your do? No be your
This guy. Hold on now. Okay, Tony, go ahead. You heard Dominic is maybe you factor that also into your own answer. And the question is, I know a woman in Kaduna who had 8 children, her husband and her brother and the husband's brother were all killed. If that let's just even take this one single family alone, that everybody died and the woman is beyond the age of giving birth, can we call that an ethnic cleansing or genocide? Does that qualify for that? We're not even talking about the whole people now. We're talking about just a single family that we will never be able to recover their DNA again on Earth because they've been wiped off. No, you're muted.
Sorry. Greetings, KJ. Greetings, everyone on the panel and those listening. I think, first of all, the starting point would be to, again, look at the definition that we have, which Dr. Dominic did give. And there are two elements, very most important elements in that definition, and that is intention or intent, or what the lawyers will say, intentment. And then the second one is action. And so, the definition clearly defines it. If it is intentional, it defines it as an intentional act. So there's a purpose. It's something that is planned. It's something that is orchestrated. So that's one, and we see it in that definition. And then the action itself, which we also see in that definition. Once you have those two elements in the definition, and when you just oppose it with what we have seen, whether it's in Benue, whether it's in Plateau, whether it's in southern Borno, southern Kaduna, and in the Middle West, you would see that it fits into that definition. And we have to be very careful to draw a line between the political aspect, because it has implication, and the reality that you see on the ground. So what people are trying to avoid is when you look at the political aspect, because there are implications, there will be sanctions. If you ask the people who are being killed, what their opinion is, they're very, very clear. For instance, like the Torchies, he told the president, it's genocide. When he had a meeting with Meti Allah, he said it. He said it was genocide. And it's clear. But I think someone wanted to quote Professor Amupeton when he made a brief in 2020. He won. This is his legal brief. And I'm going to quote some aspects of what he said. And this is in quote. Crimes against humanity, war crimes and genocide are being perpetrated in Nigeria. This is quote and unquote. This is Amupeton, who is the son. So what other definitions are we looking for? I mean, the UN or they don't have to tell us what's happening. They don't have to tell the community whether what is happening in their midst is genocide or not. We know what genocide is. If you look at, I was just trying to pull out something. If you look at Myanmar, for instance, there's an ethnic group, I think the Rohingya, who are being eliminated. And because this is a poor community, they don't have anybody to speak for them. So the what is happening there is not it's not one that is exposed all over the world so that people could speak for them. But this is going on. And there are so many places in the world where you have that same thing going on. In Darfur, for instance, in Sudan, and so on and so forth. So the fact that you don't have people canvassing for them, the only reason why we hear what's happening in Benue is that a group of people have decided to elevate, this entire, social media discussion, showing it, showing us pictures, videos, documenting, the various killings that we see over the years. And the Nigerian government is fighting because they know if this is internationally accepted by, the UN, the relevant organization, the UN, that what is happening meets that definition, they're going to be sanctioned. So that's what they're fighting. That's the political aspect. But it doesn't remove from the fact that what we see is genocide. I have seen genocide. I'm a victim of genocide, and I know it's genocide. Like, program is genocide. I don't have to wait for the United Nations to tell me that it's genocide before I know that it's genocide. Families were wiped out, towns destroyed, women taken away, people killed,
Tony,
massacred.
are you a lawyer? I was going to ask you a question. Are you a lawyer?
I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. Is there any lawyer on the panel?
Yes, I'm one.
You're one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Guys, just give me like a minute. Just indulge me for a second, and I'll step down on the stage and allow everyone to talk. Personally, I think it's a genocide. But the reason why I was a little hesitant in terms of whether it meets the standard, because even the UN, there's a sentence here in that definition, which is a little confusing to me, right? It says here, there needs to be a special intent, and it defines special intent as dolus specialis. It is a special intent of dolus specialis that makes the crime of genocide so unique. In addition, case law has associated the intent with the existence of a state or organizational plan or policy, even if the definition of genocide in international law does not include that element. So it's almost suggesting that you can have those societal killings happening, but it's almost like it's suggesting for it to meet the definition of genocide, the state, or there has to be some kind of
organizational, in other words,
that is actually backing this, whether implicitly or explicitly. So in a sense, if you define it based on this definition that this is a genocide, now what you're saying essentially is that the Nigerian government is
not necessarily the Nigerian government, but
Nigerian government is
no, that's the definition. What you're doing is to extrapolate, what has been defined as genocide. So it doesn't.
The existence of a state is what I'm trying to understand.
No, it doesn't have to. The state doesn't have to be.
But it's organized. That's it's such a word
created. But even then,
it's not something. It's not happening randomly. Without some kind of premeditation, without planning, without So all those elements are there. People organize these things. They don't have to be a state. They don't have to be an agency.
Even if you look at if you want to stretch that, you look at the state, for instance. There's a sense in which you can say it's complicit.
Yes, exactly. That's why
and then I mean, this is another definition. This is from Senator Adamu Garba. This was in 2025, and he was speaking on Trust TV. That's an APC stalwart, and I'm going to just take part of what he said. So when you look at the number of people killed in villages, sleeping, defenseless, what can you call it? It's pure genocide. This is quote and unquote. This is an APC stalwart saying that. Now, you will see that in all the things they've said, they specifically use the word genocide. I don't want to quote what is associated with the president at the time he spoke, when he was in opposition, because he didn't use the word genocide, or what Lai Mohammed said when he was the Minister for Information and Culture. They didn't use the word genocide. But if you paraphrase what they said, I mean, it's very, very clear. So, but the point, and I agree with Dr. Dominic when he said, listen, it doesn't even matter whether you're using the term genocide or some have said pogrom. The fact is that when we look at what is happening, the optics is very bad. I mean, we shouldn't be debating whether it's genocide or no genocide. The Nigerian government doesn't want to come clean and say, even the president has not even addressed the nation concerning this whole thing, even to visit those areas. I don't believe that my president, and I put that in quote, would, because you have flawed He cannot visit his place. I mean, you look at Israel, you look at America, one person. I mean, you did mention, Dr. Dominic did mention, I think that was in 2020 or so, when an American citizen was captured in Nigeria, and then they brought him by one of these by these insurgents and crossed over to Nigeria, northern Nigeria. The SEALs had to come, and they conducted even a very smart, operation into Nigeria, and then rescued them and killed 6 or 7 of them. One person.
Okay, I think we need to make progress. That
right. I'll step down from the stage, but thank you guys for.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Dominic. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Ngo. Dr. Ngo, right?
Yeah. Thanks.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Before Dominic finally signs out, he was talking about intent.
Am I in trouble?
No. Before he was talking about he was talking about intent, and you said a group of people must show intent. This was a statement from Mieti Allah in 2020 when several governors opposed Ruga settlement. They said anybody opposing Ruga settlement wants the crisis to continue and is responsible for any further bloodshed. Does that qualify enough for an intent? No, it's a question.
Yeah, I don't even think that Dominic.
I don't disagree with you. The intent is there. It's just
yes. Even the governor of Benue State had said that they met Allah called a conference and told the governor Otom that yes, as long as he doesn't repeal that law of Ruga in Benue will never know peace. And they carried that threat. They carried out that threat until Otom left office. So this is well known. It's not hidden. It's out there in the media. Anybody wants to.
So I think we should move past the semantics of the definition and whether it meets it or not. I mean, more prominent legal scholars like Amopitan SAN has already made a clear statement that this is a genocide. And multiple people across political divides have also come out clearly and say it's a genocide. So I think we should just move past that. My general feeling about the whole thing and the way I see it is I think we've hit on this issue a lot. And of course, there are some things that cannot be said on social media or on YouTube in terms of what I think should happen. But I personally agree that people should fight back. If it's my community that has been sacked and I have youth that are ready to fight back to collect that community back, I will support them by any means possible. And I mean any means possible. So because that village where I come from, it's my identity. It's where my 10 forefathers is on the panel, died and were buried. We've got the graves of all my forefathers that have been buried. So I cannot leave that community. That's my village. If you take that village away from me, you've taken away my identity as a person. And I think that's genocide. Now, moving on from should America intervene or not, I also think it's another redundant issue here because we've provided clear evidence that the Nigerian government is either unwilling or complicit in the commitment of these crimes. We've made multiple statements from people that are very high-ranking in the society, from Theophilus Danjuma to Kawu Baraje, the former APC chieftain, and to other multiple people, including the former military intelligence officer, Kunle, was his name? And they've all come out to state clearly that our government is infiltrated with terrorists. And we've seen clear evidence from communities where they've called the military, and the military will not come to their aid, or the military will take away weapons from them, and a few hours later, the community is sacked or killed. All this evidence shows clear complicity. So, in my opinion, I do not trust the government to be able to stop this. It's impossible. So, anybody that is hoping that the Nigerian government will be able to stop this, It's not going to happen. And if they try to even stem it, it's going to be brief. And after a few years, this will continue because this is an issue that will not end. The only way to end it is to have a foreign intervention that will ultimately lead to the negotiation of our union. Some people will not stop. I think that, for me, that's a permanent solution. But in the interim, I will support every community with everything they need to fight back. And if America intends to intervene, let them come in. Let them do what they want to do. Because he that is down is not scared of falling anymore. Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. I remember that quotation. That's during the days of our secondary school. That's what we used to write everywhere in the world. He that is down need to fear no fall. Anyway, yes, Chris, the question now be, there is this insinuation that why is it that it's one portion of the country and one particular religion that is crying out? Why is that, since IPOB is a terrorist organization, why is IPOB not worried that Trump is coming in and they're not organizing marches everywhere? Why is that it's a particular set of people that are demonstrating and carrying out this information around the world that they don't want Trump to come? Is it that Trump is coming for really for our resources? Can you marry all that question together?
Well, good evening, everyone. I like to go through history. I like history, actually. From the very beginning of Nigeria, that's when the initial colonizers, that is the Britain, left. Another group of people wanted to recolonize Nigeria. Now, there will not be any colonization without a genocide. Okay, there can never be a colonization, a successful colonization without genocide. So when the Fulanis made their intentions known from the very beginning, they always put it in terms of presenting it in terms of promoting Islam. So they always promote, put it in terms of promoting Islam. So they were initially able to convince other ethnic nationalities that are that have Islam, as their faith, as trying to promote Islam. But deep down in their own calculations, it is just a matter of fattening all creatures to fatten themselves. So for me, the issue, genocide didn't start today. The Igbo genocide, the genocide against the Igbos, nobody is talking about it. That's when people, over 3 million, the one they want to just acknowledge, died. That cannot be anything. It's the Holocaust is the only thing that is more, that many people die more than ours. Now, but I'm more interested in finding solutions rather than the problems, because I asked him that whether he will support a radical solution where the Fulanis can be confined to, say, Sokoto and any other one state, and then other ethnic nationalities like Hausa are moved down to, Kano, and then every Fulani from Brauchi, Kano, so, and he was kind of sensitive about it, because the Fulanis has already conquered the north. They have already conquered the north. How do we know? Because 80%, about, okay, let me not exaggerate, but about 70% of political office holders in the north are Fulanis. The traditional rulers are Fulanis. So in terms of political structure, the Fulanis are ruling the north. So that is what is called colonization. Now, I'm one of those that always advocate ethnic nationalities as a basis for nationhood. So when I asked him, my intention is that to provoke kind of radical thoughts, because we have seen it in other places, whether it is in Europe or in India, where those kind of radical solutions have been applied. For instance, in India, when India got their independence, millions moved from India to Pakistan, and others moved from Pakistan to India. And when it wasn't enough, people from Bangladesh moved. And when it wasn't enough, those from Sri Lanka, all the rest of them want to be, to be on their own. And even in India itself, every nationality, big ones are made states, and the smaller ones are encouraged to come together to form one state. So in other words, the basis of union is always based on the nationality and not on artificial creation. So when somebody mentioned about giving people, mentally, or trying to remove people's identity, actually that has been occurring in Nigeria. First, the creation of states is a way of removing the identity of people. Second, local government is also a way of removing the identity of the people. Now, so most of the time, we have continued to this genocide issue. This genocide has always been good, but gradually. So, in my own opinion, I want to start the kind of reaction, thought-provoking reactions and suggestions that we must start understanding the importance of ethnicity as a unit of human taxonomy.
Okay, I'll come back to you on that ethnicity thing, because it's something we need to understand in Nigeria. Sometimes when we say ethnicity, some people misunderstand the fact that because we want to be one Nigeria, your tribe don't matter. So we will need to maybe have a, just like suggested earlier, have a day to discuss ethnicity. That's just the topic to discuss. How do we still remain different and be a nation? What are the the parameters to be defined for achieving such a move, and then if it's possible to be realized in Nigeria? Because you see, the truth is, the level of hatred going on in Nigeria right now is beyond measure. I have never seen that kind of hatred before. If you go, you don't have to even go too backwards. Yesterday, the primate of one of the churches in Nigeria said that Igbos are the problem of Nigeria, and even those who don't like Igbo people will come out to ask him, if you say Igbos are the problem of Nigeria, they tell your brother now to just let the Igbos go now that he's in power, so that all of you can live happily ever after. So we need to discuss it. Let's maybe, if God keeps us alive, maybe next Friday we will take it as a topic, and I hope all of us can be available so we can.
Yes, why the middle belt are so afraid to stand on their own is because of the hydrocarbon, actually, but these are things that can be negotiated, so when people start talking about how to resolve Nigeria issue, we must have to put this hydrocarbon into equation so that it can be renegotiated, how to share it, so that people can now understand that the issue of, because even at the beginning, Awolowo, remember Awolowo and Taduana of Sokoto, Ahmadu Bello, overruled Zik, because they understood what is called diversity. And in the case of Nigeria, there is what you call incompatible diversity and
Okay.
compatible diversity. Anyway, just
Let's move on. Yes, because Ike is an
Chris,
Igbo man.
hydrocarbon and access to the sea. Two important things. Access to the
Okay.
sea.
Access to the sea. If access to the sea be the problem, how will we help the North to get access to the sea? Those are things that are supposed to be discussed. But let's leave that. Let's just handle this. What is going on now? What is burning? The rave of the moment, which is the the genocide going on in Nigeria. Pastor Ike, yes, go ahead. This is your consequences, so you must be in touch with members of your external church and all that. Pastor Ezekiel has been able to discuss, and one of the things that he found a bit worrisome was that a certain man was saying these are empty graves, and I saw a contrived picture on X this afternoon showing that those boxes are empty. I want to ask you a question, sir. Is it really true that these are contrived? And if they are contrived, I mean, if they are empty boxes, coffins, for what purpose will a Christian be making empty coffins to go and bury?
Thank you, Mr. KJ. First of all, and let me say, first of all, that we don't really have a government in Nigeria in the first place. If we have a government in Nigeria, as all of us are here, by now, I don't think that Mr. Gumi is supposed to be walking free in Nigeria.
You are muted. You are muted.
Sorry. Like I said, we don't have a government in Nigeria, because if we have a government in Nigeria, Gumi is not supposed to be walking free in Nigeria. This is a man that was chased away from Saudi Arabia and banned never to show his face. But is the man going to all the national television speaking, and you think you have a government. And every time we bring out this issue, I've always said that this government, they did not just only turn blind eyes to the killing that is going on in Nigeria, but they accomplice to the crime. The genocide we are talking about, 75% of people in authority in Nigeria, their hands are soiled and stained with the blood of innocent Nigerians, including the journalists, including the radio stations and television stations and newspaper stations in Nigeria. They are all complice to the killing that is going on in Nigeria, because they turn blind eyes to what is going on. So the politicians in Nigeria, they are complice to the crime, genocide going on. The military, they are number one complice to the crime. The man in Asorok is part of the complice to the crime, because he's the commander-in-chief, if he is. The killing that has been going on in Nigeria, when was Mr. Tinubu was forced to go to Benue State? Before going to Benue State, killing had been going on. Even in the midst of killing, he will enter flight and go to France. And people are shouting. People are saying, how can you leave your country and you're outside Nigeria where killing is going on? Eventually, he succumbed in going to Benue State. The day he went to Benue State, the man who is supposed to know his left and right, who is the governor of Benue State, a reverend father turned a politician. What did he do? He went to hire children from school and line them up and give them APC flag on a heavy rain that is falling. And they were standing to welcome the man who is supposed to be the commander-in-chief of Nigeria. When he eventually went to Benue State, what did he do? Did he get to the place the killing took place? No, he didn't. What was the excuse? Oh, it was raining. There was no road for the president to get to the place where it was the killing took place. He went to Benue with Babariga. Instead of being in a military uniform as the commander-in-chief of Nigerian Armed Forces, he was wearing Babariga to Benue State. He doesn't care. Because he did not win the election. From the day he took office, that day that he stood in that podium and took office, that was the day the campaign of 2027 started. And that is where we are today. All the money this illegitimate government is spending, laundering their names all over the world, overseas, using people who are not supposed to be credible, speaking on behalf of Nigeria, Buwala and the Mokiri and the Ononog and the rest of them, that they are giving money to go to launder the name of image of Nigerian government outside. That money can be invested back into the security apparatus of Nigeria to secure the life and properties of Nigeria. No, but because they are after 2027. So, UN is not supposed to come and tell me that there is genocide in Nigeria. I don't need their document. I care less about what they wrote in that document because it doesn't serve the purpose. And let nobody tell me, oh, it is happening in Southern Sudan. It's happening in Syria. It's happening in Palestine. And so what? I'm talking about Nigeria. I don't care what happens over there. If the people in Southern Sudan and those countries, they don't want to call it genocide, this is what it is in Nigeria. It is genocide that is going on in Nigeria. And we should call it what it is. I don't care the language of UN. Somebody that is in New York is going to come and tell you what is happening in your village. Is it what they're trying to tell me? Somebody that is sitting in an air-conditioned room in United Nations office will come to tell me what is happening in my village in Umudike. That is an insult. He doesn't know what is going on in my village. I am supposed to be the UN. I am supposed to be the man who will speak to UN to tell them what is going on. Just like the evangelist is telling the world what is going on. Where are the men of God in Nigeria that are flying private jets all over the world? Where are they? Some of them are paying visit to the man in Asorok. They abandoned the people in Plateau State, in Benue State, in Nasarawa, in Gombe, in Adamawa, in Borno State. They abandoned their fellow Christians and they are flying private jet, going everywhere, organizing crusade where they gather money. What are they doing? Christian Association of Nigeria, what are they doing? What effort has they made to help the people that have been living in IDP camp for how many years? I don't know. I don't even know if Nigerians, if there is even a blood running in your vein for any Nigerian to come anywhere you go, they tell you there is no genocide going on in Nigeria. Do you really have a blood running in your vein? I lived in Kaduna for 5 years. From Zangon Kadav to Kwei to Kafanchan. I know what is happening in southern Kaduna. I know what the Igbos we suffer in Kaduna for 5 years that I lived in Kaduna. We don't sleep in the night. We are the security of the Igbo businesses and houses in Kaduna for 5 years. Because every Friday after the mosque, if they don't go and destroy businesses in the street, they come into the market and they kill people. And we decided for how long shall we continue to run? And we decided that enough is enough. So don't tell me what I know. Don't tell me what I have experienced. I am an Igbo man. We lost 3 million people. What is it? It was genocide. So you don't give me that shit of United Nations. What do I need United Nations for? You have an illegitimate government who is supposed to defend the life and properties of Nigerians that they are not doing. And you're saying unless We are trying to find a language that will make United Nations to define it as genocide. Who does that? Nigeria is a banana republic. It's a failed nation. If you don't want to believe it, I'm sorry for you. I saw somebody on the comment section. They call it eccentric or eccentric what? He said that if he said that you don't like Nigeria, why are you using Nigerian passport? To hell with your Nigerian. Who cares about your Nigerian passport? What has Nigerian passport given to anybody here? Your Nigerian passport, what has he given to you? So, my brothers and sisters,
okay,
anywhere you are, just call this. Let me end it like this. Anywhere you go, call it genocide. Stop waiting for United Nations to tell you that it's genocide, because the genocide that is going on in Nigeria. I've always said here, every time we come here, if you say Nigeria is working for you, may Nigeria happen to you and your generation. If you say Nigeria is working.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pastor Ike, Brother Ike. Now, listen, somebody's saying, what is the criteria? What is the data we're using to, to declare it a genocide? There are many data. That's the same thing that happened here. Before this pastor came, some people said that, the thing that happened in Dogona, how never happened. Until now, you start reading out the numbers, the names of people on the wall there. We have more than enough data. If you want us to show data, please come back next week, Friday. I will compile, I can assure you that in 1 hour, I will show you data until I will start showing you data from the year 2000 to the present date. So I think I have enough data to keep you busy for 1 hour, so let's not go there. Okpabolo, you have heard what, some panelists are asking, and now what, you listen also to the both reverends. What will be your own takeaway from it, and how do you think that this thing can be nipped into the bud before it gets out of hand? Because remember, he said up till now, government have done nothing, and they have intensified effort, because I know that one, I follow the news. They've intensified efforts to try and finish the job before Trump gets there. What will be your advice to those living in Nigeria right now?
It's a nip in the butt. So you go ask, where is the butt?
The butt in Nigeria now, bros.
Where the butt start from?
I don't know. You tell us.
The butt represents the beginning now. For those educated people. That's what you mean. So that's why.
Yeah.
Before
it gets out of hand.
So my question, it's a rhetorical question. Where is the butt? Where is the beginning? Because if you want to nip it, but you gotta go nip it from the beginning. But I don't think we are far from the beginning. Because the question I asked him was very short. The people that they are killing, is it because of their faith or because of the land? And he said both, which fits into what I've been saying all along. Let's look at it from this angle. 50 years from now, right? Let's say 2075.
Mm-hmm.
Which kind of people going to live there?
Thank you. Tell us.
I'm not just from all the villages where they sack people, whether they kill.
In fact, the whole of the village, including the southeast. Yeah.
So 50 years from now, which people going to live there? I think people, they pay attention to the Nigerian conversation, will be very easy. Now, Muslim people go there largely by the Fulanis. Iloni is a very clear example, and the recent one with that. Now, because the Nigerian conversation, the Nigerian story, right, whether we like it or not, these two ideology is at the core of it. The Christian that is Muslim from the south, evolving to become a capitalist religion as it is, because it's all about money, and it's just to show it with huge cathedrals of 100,000 capacities, billionaires. So you can see how it's evolving. Why the Islamic State evolved by capturing power, their political structures, the military, and what have you. So, and that's what you are saying. So everybody get ambition and mission, and it no start today. and it's not going to end today. So that's why I say, where be the beginning and look at the future, where we are going. Because it's obvious. The Muslim faith started from the north, from the beginning, while the Christian faith started from the south. All of them are the same way that they operate. You just have to understand their history. I think it's Tunaja that was asking yesterday why the Christian do their own with violence. It's because they have political power, they have economic power, they control the military, the overall scale of it now. So you don't need all that. So in Nigeria, the Muslim faith has the political power, control governance. The man self talk the Tinubu is untied. What does it mean? Because the institution that he can use are not under his control. That's pretty much what it means. So if it's not under his control, under his control. And I always ask, what is the Nigerian future? Is it going to be Islamic social states or Christian capitalists? That's what we are seeing, whether we like it or not. And they're talking from 2031 upward, they will be in power for almost 30 years. It will be ripe enough to declare Nigeria as an Islamic state. Not be saying a bad thing, right? Because one has to lead, one ideology has to lead. We are not special. It's all over the world is like that. There is nowhere in the world you can point to me that there are 50-50 coexistent Christian and Muslim, that they exist in peace. They happen. One has to lead. So we are not special, and that's what is happening. So no matter how you want to analyze it, unless you be Nigerian, now we know what's they happen. That this killing no be today. It's being monitored and supervised by people with the high places. So on the short term, wouldn't be the game before they convert the whole area. On the short term, is the mining, the farming by international corporation. I think today now it's no longer a conspiracy theories. You go there, you go see the Chinese, you go see the Americans, you go see the Belgians, you go see the Italians. The Niger government was blowing a whistle that the French military men are on ground. Our government commanders say no, they are on ground, but they don't have a base. So they are not denying it. So if all this thing is going on at the moment, on the long run, that's the result. So it is now two interests that is colliding. Those who want to actually take the advantage of the economic space right now, mining and all that, those international corporations are the one facilitating those who want to take the land. Now then they provide the weapons. Now then they provide the logistics. Boko Haram, whenever I say they build a cut-out drone, those are being provided. So when you look at all these things from down, you understand that when you nipping it in the butt or whatever, and Allah, it no go work. They don't set the machine on motion already. So why the southern people, in the name of Christ, we focus on making money. The other side, focus on position. There's no parastatal you go today before the top 5 people, you go see 2-3 people with the same faith. It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. Those who know book, where the educated ones will understand that this is a premeditated thing that's been going on for years. When I first entered Nigerian sport, I go NIS, National Sport Institution, from almost all the directors, the houses. I was like, how did it happen? Because growing up, all the superstars in terms of almost all the sports, they are the other way, but how? So you now, as I begin to grow in the sport, you begin to understand that some people just focus on power and position. Regardless of how much the money you want to be, you get it. You take the contract. But this officer control it. Now, so if you are coming to get the contract, you will say, sir. So go and get all your PhD, be the best surgeon in the world. When you come back, the best you can be the director of NIS, director of this. But the minister, you go answer to rap. So the focus is different, right? So the Christians who are getting it, we have billionaires and everywhere with the oppressors and all that. So that's why when last week we are debating if it's a Christian genocide or genocide at all. Today we debate the definition of genocide. It's crazy. But the truth is beyond what is happening now, because it's not happened before and it will continue. So how do you make sure it don't come to you? That's the point. And that's where underpin the Biafra conversation. I
thought that's what you're going to answer, but you just danced around it. you said that in the next, what is the projection of Nigeria vis-a-vis every section of the country in the next 50 years? I thought you're going to give us an, insight into that, what you think.
You answer
But
now.
with
You
that,
say na Muslim
no, I don't think so. So with the present agenda now being executed in Nigeria, what will be the position of South, indigenous of South, the indigenous, the Igbos, the thieves, the Jukums, the Yoruba, and the Ijos, the Igala, Idoma, Itolu, Igede? What will be, Basange, Basankomo? What will be their position?
If I
What
say
will those tribes, will they have been taken over by Islam, or will they have been able to fight off this Islam that is ravaging over Nigeria? Because it is not new to us. Remember, I quoted here the Abuja Declaration of 1989, Abuja Declaration 1989, wherein they said this was the agenda they have mapped out for Nigeria and indeed Africa. So if you are someone who privy to that document, what is going on now in Nigeria is not strange. But what is strange is the last point which you made, which is that certain individuals who are put in position are just concerned about getting the dollar. They give them the money and they go away while these people write the policies of government, and that determine who is where. What will be the counter for us to put to make sure that your grandchildren and my grandchildren are not forced into slavery? Or just like the video that Rudolph played earlier, the man said, if you say you will not follow them, you have to be or you become a slave. So they give you two best options.
see, now you know one take my answer, because you I started by saying,
all right, okay, hold on. Let go for it.
Hold on now.
I'm coming. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you.
By the year 2075, which language and religion will occupy this space where they take so? You said now Islamics and Fulanis. That means you don't lost already. And you lost because the governing structure is not in your control. So
okay.
That's why even the military no fit do anything, because the military is not under your control. So I don't know the guys. But that's why I was going to.
Okay, not the problem.
Biafran agitation understand that. They know that. That's why they fight the way they fight. In order for us to survive, we have to decouple from this state. If not, the whole state has already gone. If for us to survive the next 100 years, that's the Biafran people now. For us to survive the next 100 years, we have to decap. If not, the government will subject us. So we don't.
I agree with you. Thank you. You have answered that precisely. I wanted you to mention it so that even the lame or the blind, the deaf will hear it. All right, go ahead, Oti.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Quite frankly, I think I wouldn't need more than 3 minutes to make my point. Now, first of all, I have to say that until now, I didn't quite understand the scale of really what's been going on in northern Nigeria, and my surprise is this: how this community, the affected community, the Christian community, how they have not been able to, if you like, kind of reach out, seek the assistance, to their brethren in the south of Nigeria, the Christians. So why that kind of like solidarity support is a bit, I don't know, if anybody can offer any explanation why that is,
I can offer you an explanation, because like I said, it's a conspiracy I know very well.
But you want to go ahead now, maybe I carry on.
Yes, I'll finish and you go ahead. The southern Christians were rather not taking them serious. Okay, it was like how can you say that? After all, we are Yorubas, and our kings, our brothers and sisters, we are Muslims. We are even going to sleep in each other's houses. So they couldn't imagine that this is going on.
Mm-hmm.
But those of us who lived in the Middle Belt have always seen these things go on. We know that it was going on. We know that much more was being done in the backyard. The villages and hinterland where you can't get information, easy access to information. We know it was going on.
Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, what you
Well,
got?
I didn't know. I didn't. I never lived in the north or in the middle belt or anything. So now, so from the revelations, from what is now in the public domain, in the field view of any person, any watching Nigerian politics. Well, Okpebelo, eventually got to the point, to the bottom of it, and really, putting it simply, I think those of us, the Christian South, or at least, Christian South, we have Muslims in the South, but the part of the South that is predominantly Christian, I think the options are quite clear, okay? Because this Nigeria is a kind of is a, shall I call it a game or something? So this is a kind of it's not a game that is being played on a level on a level ground. Okay, so what do we do? I think it will be quite suicidal for the South, the Christian South, our politicians, our leaders, not to at this point begin to seriously seek to have the only logical, only sensible, solution to this problem, which is a dissolution of Nigeria. Because if all this is everybody, if it's common knowledge, that this we don't have equal citizenship. Some people seem to have more right, privileged, if like first class citizens. So what is all this thing about? We defending Nigeria, one country. It's why should we be lying to ourselves? So how long will this go on? So really, time has come, and if any other peoples, be there in the middle belt, in the southern, what they call South, if they are not thinking seriously about their future, about their survival, well, I as an Igbo person from the southeast of Nigeria, I think we don't have a choice in the matter. We have to think about our survival. And first of all, the way we are kind of put together now, it's not a fact of nature. Okay, Okpebelo is talking about 50 years that having this. Well, must that be Nigeria? No. So it's what are we talking about? So we have come to that point.
It's an example. I'm not saying it's a casting stone. It's an example.
Well, yeah, yes, of course, but I mean, is not an option. Okay, so and okay, now that's brings me to the other thing. If, for example, now that at least what is really on the table is this thing that's going on, the killings, the genocide. And so, what do you do? I mean, if you are the victim, what are you gonna do? So, are you going to be kind of agonizing about maybe the sovereignty of Nigeria, that somebody's gonna come and take your resources or this or that? No, you have to survive first. And if it takes an external actor to give you a chance, an opportunity to survive and to live, you're gonna grasp it. You're not gonna think about it twice. Okay, so and this is not really kind of history, and then you trying to understand the how events historically pan out. You want to survive. Okay, that's the first thing that comes to your mind, and then who is the if we are country, well, a place that calls a country you belong to, a geographical entity you belong to, cannot protect you, cannot defend you. I mean, on what basis are you in allegiance to it? Okay, and then if an external power actor can come in, why should you be so worried about their intent, their motivation? You want to survive first, okay, and then think about the second order questions. So this is kind of I listened to Fofather's question to the evangelist. Yes, I mean, no surprise there. It's all about Nigeria and this that. No, come on. You see, what must we be pretending that we are one people, fighting each other? Who's the each other? No. If somebody, you occupy the same space is killing you, does not regard you, regards as subhuman, and then you still want to, you pretend you deceive yourself. I mean, say, okay, this is my brother, this is where the same. What are you talking about? No, sorry. The only thing really at this point, the evidence is clear, is overwhelming. We can't just be, faffing around, beating about the bush. Time has come. How do we disentangle this? How do we? That should be only game in
Yeah.
town.
Okay. All right. Let me come in. And there are many questions on the comment section. I'm not going to go through all, but I will say yes. We have all gone through round the circle, and I've come back to that same confederacy. If confederacy was we took that option, by now this movement would have been reduced. But the question now be for every panelist sitting here and those in the comment section, have you asked yourself, really, in the next 20, 30 years, if these events continue this way and it's unabated by the powers that is bigger than that is operating in Nigeria now, what will your children be? Will your ancestral home still be left for you? Or will it be taken over by a ravaging Janjaweeds from the Sahel? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. Take away emotion from it. Because we know that these are not Fulanis that have been that were in Nigeria at the time Nigeria was put together by the British. These Fulanis are strange. They don't speak the language that we know. Their Fulani, is a bit, colored. And the Fulanis themselves don't like them. And somebody keep making a comment. I don't know why people reduce this thing. Igbos have no problem with Yorubas. Neither does Yorubas have problem with Igbos. So don't reduce it to Igbos don't like Yorubas, we don't like Muslims. No, we Igbos don't have any problem with Muslims, but we are not Muslims. You must understand something very clear. It is difficult to find an Igbo Muslim any person who says worshiping God and he says a Muslim. It's difficult because
Actually,
even before
there's actually a new. I just realized Ned Nwoko. Well, he says he's Igbo. I'm not gonna comment on that, but he's Muslim. Just so we are aware.
Yeah, but yes, no, I'm not saying that there are no Igbo who are Muslims. I'm simply saying it is difficult because it's not our forte. We are either traditional worshippers, those who worship an Anna, or we are Christians. If you go to Anambra State, over 90% of them are almost Catholics. So how are you going to say you have a majority in Anambra State? So, but having said that, it doesn't mean that if you're a Muslim there, they don't respect you. We respect people's culture and tradition. That's why you cannot see an Igbo person go to a community and take over their this thing and begin to run it for them. I don't know if there's anybody who knows a community where the Igbos have gone and taken over, become their chiefs, and took over and started ruling the people. Let us know. I don't know anyone, because we respect the people who own the land, and we just want to coexist. But having said that, I like that the fact that his forefather is going to speak next. So forefather will tell us. Forefather is from Port Harcourt. What will be the position of your kingsmen? Because now you are in London, so it may not affect you. But your children in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years going down the sea, if this ravaging, this wildfire is catching now, continues to go on, do you see your grandchildren being affected by that Malam we saw today, who spoke in the first program saying, when they take over, if you refuse to join them, they will, or you continue to be a slave and pay them for it. For which, when you do that, see the other, and I don't want to put that, when somebody say I'm spinning it, I'm not spinning it. The other part of it is that he said, if you don't want to pay, they are free to take your daughters or your wife for sex slaves. So do you think that can be stopped, or do you still stand on your position that the foreign power shouldn't come and help us? You want that to be our position? Which one will you prefer?
The fact that you even use the term help just shows how lost you are. See, my concern with the way we talk about these things as if it's either or. What you describe as that man coming to chaos is the same thing the people that converted to Christianity did to you? What makes you think that belongs to your forefathers? I don't understand how we think, really. There's something seriously sick about us.
Hold on, forefather, please.
Thank you, forefathers.
Mind your language. Are you answering the question, or you are trying to?
I'm answering the question. Can you let me finish?
My insult. You can answer the question without telling me.
No, because the way you put it, like my children, my descendants will be quiet and all that stuff. You act as what is the difference between?
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on, please. Let's don't run away with you. You know. I first gave an example of what will happen to Igbo land. It's the Igbo land I even first started from. What is going to happen to the Igbo land? What happened to the Tea people? What happened to the Middle Belt? What happened to? I call out a lot of tribes. So why do you reduce it yourself and begin to become, I don't want to use any word. Just answer the question. But if you feel you don't want to answer, you can decide to speak on whatever you want to speak on.
Thank you. So the point I'm making is that, last week you asked me a question and I answered you very simply. You said, what are we going to do if I was, subject to the same genocide? I said I was going to do exactly what our ancestors would have done if they had a chance to redo it again, knowing what they know now. They're not going to make the mistakes they made before. And what are we still doing? Doubling down and making the same mistakes again. Just like
forefathers, not ancestors. Now, if you were to come from the Middle Belt, that's the question. Contemporary.
That's the question. Right now,
ancestors.
We have a situation in our hands.
What ancestors got to do with that? Come on, let's be serious about these things.
I don't know whether you are hard of hearing.
No, I'm not hard of hearing. But
can you let me finish? Can you let me? You are interrupting me. You're not even letting me say one statement, and you keep interrupting me, telling me that I don't know what I'm talking.
Forefather, please. You see, this panel have been going on very smoothly. Let's not begin to insult people. Let's just be.
Because they keep interrupting me constantly, and I don't know what I'm talking. What I'm saying, how does that exempt the Middle Belt from what is happening in the Middle Belt now? Because in the end, what are they saying? The ultimate people that destroyed our kingdoms, destroyed our ancestors, buried them, are the ones we are asking to come and save us. The ones that are responsible for more than 2 million Christians that have already died in the Ukraine war in the last 2 to 3 years. The one that oversaw the genocide that just happened in Gaza. The ones that are supporting, that are allies with UAE that are funding the genocide going on in Sudan right now.
Forefathers, go back to Nigeria. Why are you staying in the UK?
Now,
go back to Nigeria.
Tony, now let the guy finish now. Wow.
See, what does it matter who I am even? What I'm saying is not mine alone. It's just what life is. I didn't make it up. It's already happened. I'm just bringing it to your attention so that you can use it as part of your opinion forming or decision making. Because you will come before you start telling people to come and destroy your kingdom. Like you are the defense minister of America that would tell them, don't bomb there, bomb here. Don't bomb there, bomb here. How many times have you seen that happen? When they come and level your country, you'll be happy. Some of you want to see the country burn. So see your own people suffer. You don't even understand the consequence of what you're asking for. For the life of me, how is this complicated? You can see the world, can't you? I know you are in pain. I am also in pain. There are a lot of people that are sacrificed for Nigeria. The other day I was watching a video of Oba of Benin talking about how his ancestors have suffered and whether the British want to recolonize us and all the rest of it. How his palace used to extend from where he was sitting to the governor's palace. Today he's a shadow of what he used to be before because of Nigeria. Not only people think only one group has sacrificed for Nigeria or the other. This life, that is what happens. We too have suffered, but I don't let my suffering blind me to the truth of life. Those 2 million people that have died, they are real. Gaza is real. Sudan is real. Libya was real. Iraq is real. We know this history, and our own ancestors died for this too. How can we pretend we can't know these things? Our own ancestors, their blood flows through our vein. They literally died, enslaved and all the rest. When only God and their land and their people were their masters. Today we serve other masters, and their children are serving other masters now, hoping that other men come and save them. You have 250 million people in that country. What are you doing with them? Some of you like to claim that you are 70 million, you are this. What are you doing with those people? Maybe we should save ourselves, because those are the people, or people that save themselves, they are not going to come and save you. I can assure you. If they come and save you, they will be so stupid. No other people come and save other people. Who does that? It never happens. These are continent killers. Continent killers. You are invited to your land. Black people barely survived the last time. But no, nobody wants to see it. We want to pretend as if it's not real. But let's pretend. Invite them. Then when it finishes, tomorrow you come and insult me again. Because I'm the one that sits here and says we should defend our people. We should recruit into our military. Many of you oppose me. Many of you pretend as if you care about those people dying now. You want to donate and all the rest. When I've been fighting for years that we should defend our people, how many people were siding with me here? How many? But like I said, all my strategies is not going to make any difference, because you are going to carry on and do the same thing and invite them to come and do the damage. Let's hope Trump is using it as a distraction because of some of the problems he's having at home. But if he decides to come and bomb, just watch how it's going to happen. Whether he's going to only bomb Sambisa Forest. Let's see whether that's only Sambisa Forest. That's what he wants to bomb. Let's hope that's the case. Something tells me that's not the case. Most of the nation America is attacking today, they are not Muslim. They are not Muslim. It is Christians that are dying. So he cares so much about you suddenly. The people that he called disgrace, and he sees us as like we are not even human beings.
Shithole.
He doesn't value us. And you somehow think because of you are Christian, he cares about you. To be fair to him, I like him. If I was his bloodline, I like him because he cares about his people more. But we don't care about our people. We really don't. He cares about his people. He takes care of his own people's interests. We don't care about our own interests. We want to fight each other just like we did before. We've done it before. All this game we are playing now, we've done it before. Many of us in the southeast, south, southwest, we joined the Igbo people to destroy our own kingdoms. We did. This is fact of history. We joined the Igbo people to destroy, even in the southeast, the same thing everywhere.
Father, hold on. My question to you is simple. In the next 30 years, what is going on? This thing raving on. If it goes continue this way, what will be the position of our grandchildren and great-grandchildren? Will they still be Nigerian? Will they be Christians or will they be Islamists? That's what I'm asking you.
Remember what I said a couple of years ago. I remember when I said, if the South doesn't take care of themselves, they don't plan for the future, they should better start practicing facing Mecca. When I said that, people thought it was a joke. That was years ago I said this. Because the demographics on the ground is changing. I did the prediction. I said in the next 50 years or so.
How do we take care of ourselves? That's the question. How?
Let me finish the point I'm making. In the next 50 years or so, you're going to have 60 to 65% Muslims in the country, based on the demographic shift that is going on, because they marry more wives, they have more children on average. So if you want to deal with that, you have to plan for that politically and demographically. Like we want to be Western, we don't want to have many children. Fine. If you don't want to do that, then you have to plan politically to put guardrails to ensure that, okay, this is what you are not allowed to do in certain areas. This is what you are allowed to do in certain areas. Or you enshrine some serious religious hate laws in that country. When I talked about hate laws, you hate. Everybody hates. I don't understand. All this problem we are having is because of this you refuse to do. All these countries that you are begging to come and save it, they've done it. They put hate speech laws. They protect religious freedom very seriously. You have to do all these things if you want your nation to be stable. But All these things I've talked about it before already, but nobody pays attention, as if I don't know that, okay, there's a demographic shift going on, as if I don't know that there are people that have agenda to dominate the country with Islamization. Was that not the one that I said here that I've not seen any nation that converted to this in Christianity that were Muslims before, but I've seen almost all Christian nations often, when they convert to Islam, they don't revert back because it's strategically designed religion. You have to know what you are dealing with. And it's a problem for us as a nation. It's going to lead to instability. Now we are discussing something that I've been talking about for years. But nobody paid attention. If anything, they were telling, oh, you're telling not to have more children and all the rest of it. But it's okay. I've answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Tunanja.
I'm not sure. Maybe there's some network issue. I don't know where KJ went. Can you guys still see KJ?
No. NEPA don't take light for any day.
I guess I'll stick around till he shows up.
Forefather sent him away. Forefather, can I ask you a question? Forefathers, is there any statistic to show that?
If we don't go by turn, then it becomes chaotic. I think Femi is.
Can I ask Forefather a question, please?
Are you about to leave, Chris?
Huh?
Are you about to leave?
No. Well, yes, I'm about to leave, but I also asked him just one simple question. You know, he anchors this thing as well. So I just want to ask him a question.
All right, Femi, give him a second. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. Forefather, you know, is there any statistics that shows that Muslims are more in Nigeria today than than Christians?
Okay, that's your question. Thanks.
Yes, the last census indicates that they are generally growing faster in population and they have more numbers, not significantly more numbers. And just use anecdotal examples. If you ask, okay, how many Christians you know, ask how many children they have in Nigeria, and go to the north and ask any Muslims how many children they have. Just use your own, check it yourself.
No,
you see the answers yourself.
No, because the reason why I'm asking is simple. The census in Nigeria are always doctored. That's one. Two, if you look at the places where they're killing Christians in Borno, in Kaduna, in Jos, in all those places, even in Adamawa, there are more Christians there than there are Muslims. If you go through school enrollment, if you go through the banking system, and so many other informal ways, you can ascertain population of a country. You will know that those phantom, and the last election, the last election showed that those phantom numbers that they call KKK, 2 billion, 10 million, 30 million, didn't materialize. It simply is because the numbers don't exist. But what has happened is this. If you go to Yoruba, for instance, let me give you a particular thing. Yoruba is majority Christian. But if you look at those in power, they are Muslims. So the Muslims has always put themselves in positions of power to make it look like the country is a Muslim country. That's what is happening. And that is where the colonization, the Fulani
I don't know, Obasanjo, was he Muslim? Obasanjo was Obasanjo not Christian, and it was during his time, if I'm not mistaken, when they did the census. And like what I always say is that if the number you disagree with it, then your Muslims, you go to Nigeria and ask Muslims how many children they have, especially the northern ones, and ask the Christians, you see it.
Geographically speaking, there's nowhere in the world where you have a demography in a savanna, or in a semi-savanna. Yes,
Hey,
that indeed more than the
it doesn't
forest
matter the
area.
demography. Who controls government controls power. In
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about population. You never find where the forest area
Rwanda, who una
is
dey
less
praise,
populated.
minority they run.
Mile for mile, you are correct, but remember they have more land mass.
Okay.
So mile for mile, you might be correct, but our
Exactly,
land
they
mass,
have land mass.
our land
Guys,
mass is 1/3
let
of
Papadas
what
finish.
theirs is. So you can't.
Okay.
They have the
Go
numbers,
for
the
power.
land.
Go
Sorry.
for power
They have the
and
land.
take
So
control of
they are
what you
almost
want.
50-50 population. Even if
Okay.
they have almost 2/3 of the land, they have 50-50 population. It means their land is less densely populated.
What population? What census are you relying upon?
I'm
What
going
I
census?
don't
by
know why una they argue about what the Rwanda.
if you look at Nigeria, that's exactly what it is. What you are saying, it doesn't contradict it. It's showing that they have a less dense population, but they still are 50. They have more land mass. It should be if the population density was the same, they will have 50% land mass. But they have 2/3 of the land mass,
All
but
right.
half of the population.
Forvanas, I'll step in now. Chim, I'm trying to get KG. I don't know if it's possible. But in the meantime, do you want to take over?
Forefathers is running the show.
Oh, Forefathers, do you want to take over?
No, but forefathers
This is
appear
not
to be
my
running the
topic,
show.
not my topic. No, I'm answering questions. So
no,
I can run the show, not the problem. But it used to be like forefathers is in control. So
no, go ahead,
but
Jim.
I'm offering Forefathers the option. Do you want to anchor the show while I'm trying to get KJ back?
Okay, I can hold the fort if as a moderator. So I'll just hold the fort, let him get back. You know me now, eh? I will try to be KG. I'm all for breaking up Nigeria. No, KJ is back anyway. He's back.
I am going to step out so somebody else can come in. And Femi, I apologize. I didn't mean for Chris's question to end up taking up the whole thing.
You have betrayed my trust in you, but it's okay.
I am sorry about that. But I do want to say one thing before I head out. Let me put KJ here and then put Chim to replace me. One thing I want to say is I just want to make this very clear because I see a lot of people making comments. Personally, I think what's happening is a Christian genocide. But all I'm saying is whether it's going to make the definition of the West so that they can intervene, because when the West says certain things and makes certain terms, it has far-reaching implications. That's what I was referring to. It's not me being a coward. The second thing I want to mention, which my forefathers alluded to it, is I think there's a subset of us that are fine with outside influence pressuring the Nigerian government because that's the only language I understand. But I wouldn't go as far as saying that I want them to come and intervene. But there are also some who actually want intervention, which I disagree with because we all know what happened to Libya and a bunch of other places. KJ, Femi is next. All right. Unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. I don't know what happened to my network. It just shut off. I refused to come.
All right. Guys, thank you very much for the conversation.
Thank you so much,
everybody else. And OT is still here. Thank you.
Thank you for stepping in, and thank you in all the guys who stepped in. Yes. Yeah. So the question be that I will let Femi.
Sorry, it's Femi's turn, please.
I know. I'm moderating, sir. Okay. All right. Thank you. So what I wanted to say is this: it's simple. It's very simple. We all need to think about what is going to happen. We are now in the mix. What are we going to do? And what is because the truth is, just like I said this afternoon, all of us go chop breakfast. Whether if you like defend it, don't accept the truth. The truth is that it's coming, and it's coming to everybody's table. Femi, go ahead.
So and to the extent that you said what you said just now, I do agree. Because even when you take it from the angle of the political angle, in the prelude to the elections and even in the aftermath of it, I warned as many, because we can't disabuse the fact that with as many ethnicities and the major religions, that there's bound to be as much fragmentation. I warned a lot of people that were from my Yoruba ethnic group that the decisions we make when the consequences come, it's not going to matter whether you're Yoruba, Igbo, Fulani, Hausa, whatever. And that's not to say that if some other person was at the helm of Nigeria, it doesn't matter whether it's Peter Obi or it's always been my stance. Although I believe in fairness as things stand, you know. However, because of the various fragmentations or fractures that have been in existence since the famous plea by and again by Azikiwe, and he did it in good faith. That's a fact, you know. But little did they realize that we're going to come around back to discussing the same thing that we should have settled in the beginning, you know. And now I made allusions to a lot of what what's his name, Dr. Dominic has mentioned previously. I know in sometimes people like to pick and choose based on sentiments. I'm not oblivious of the fact that, in fact, I'll be stupid to act as if I do not see certain trends. Having grown up like quite a number of us in the north, I grew up at the time in born and bred in Southern Canada at the time when it was still part of Katsina was still part of it, the likes of Bakuri and what have you. So there were things we saw, and it's not like it's certain things are necessarily limited to the north. The same things we complain about, and Yorubas in Lagos doing some things to Igbos. The same thing happens all over Nigeria in different forms and shapes. So we can't pretend like these things don't happen. Whether it happens to a certain degree or not is debatable, you know, because I'll be a hypocrite to act as if I do not know that certain things happen from the point of view of my own ethnic.
Quick information to everybody. I don't know if anybody has seen it, but there's a breaking news that Lieutenant Yorima has just escaped an assassination attempt.
Assassination, yeah, I saw it.
Yeah,
it was bound to happen.
Really?
It was bound to happen. Yeah.
Well, I hold on, guys. Before we get this thing, I'll look for it in major medias. I've not seen it, so let's wait for it.
I can forward it to you if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen it about two anyway, but that's on the side. But
Go
you're
ahead.
right though. So something because I was being stopped when I asked the pastor earlier, because when one would be inhuman when you listen to certain things, especially first-hand accounts, and having experienced something similar living in Kaduna, because at the time we were just lucky that we're quite close to the Air Force base, which was not too far from the current location of Nigerian Defense Academy in Mando, Afaka village, on the way out of Kaduna going towards what's it called, Abuja. So we experienced it to the point that there were times when my uncle was an senior Air Force officer at the time, and some of my other uncles, they would have to send a battalion of soldiers and Air Force officers around that area, because Southern Kaduna, just as you have in Plateau, is dominated by Christians. You know, the likes of the Guam people. There's this local government, Jama, where 78% of them are Christians. Now, by the same token, you also have a situation where you have a lot of Muslims, because I'm not trying to make moral equivalency here. I'm just trying to be clear and concise on certain things. You also have as many Muslims who do not. It's just that they can't speak because some people, there are Muslims that disagree. KJ, I'm sure you have Muslim friends who cannot speak, who are scared. They don't bond them well to talk. They disagree. In fact, I have a very of course, you do know that city Fulanis as distinct from the ones that we refer to as the headers and whatever. I have a very minute number of them that they don't bond them well to talk, to even say certain things at the dinner table. It's a big problem. In fact, they're most likely to be the ones to be unalived. And that's why when I couched my question to the pastor, I wasn't aware of the fact that yes, there's Christian killings that's masked as some other things. Likewise, I pose the scenario of when you look at the picture of Al Jelani, visiting Donald Trump the other time. Keep in mind, because me, I look at things from global to local. We're not isolated, I insist. When I looked at the picture of Al-Jolani visiting Trump, and I looked at the video, I don't know if you saw that video of Robert Ford. I don't know what came to your mind when you saw it, but I suspect that as much as we're discussing Nigeria, the first thing I thought of was, look, they're not even hiding it. This thing was determined a long time ago in terms of some of the things that caused destabilization, especially when you realize that even in Syria, the same Syria that this guy has now been dressed up to be one kind of suited guy, the same Syria has a lot of Christian genocides. Even Muslims that don't agree with this guy's Salafism ongoing. But the same West are the ones that are now trying to rearrange him.
It must be clear to you. Sorry, America has more
no, please don't interrupt
interest
me.
with
Don't interrupt.
geopolitical. So,
But don't interrupt me. Let me finish.
there's nothing surprising there, really, quite frankly.
Okay. Hold on. Femi, hold on.
What's the big surprise?
Femi,
Yeah,
They
but
have a major interest.
I'm not talking
Edging out Russia. That is their major geopolitical interest.
Hold on now.
It's not about religion.
Femi, calm down. I have one question for you, Femi.
Go ahead.
And because of the topic you are dealing with, and you mentioned that's why I'm going to that place.
Exactly.
Now, in sometime, in the course of Nigerian history, I think sometime in the 80s or early 90s, Reverend Bonkin came to Kaduna to have a crusade.
Right.
And that led to a mass, of people.
Yep.
Now, that time was not even as volatile as this time. But in this time now, we have Hassan El Hassan in Abuja and in Lagos holding massive crusade. Do you think if it was a preacher of repute that came to the city now, in these major cities now to preach, that you'll be allowed to do that? So what I'm saying is let us weigh what we are doing as a people, because
I was coming towards there. I was getting there.
Go ahead. I want to hear you.
Trust me, I was getting there. I had things written down. Because why I'm picking all of these things is that again, like I said, I'm not looking for moral equivalency. In fact, when I saw that news, I was like, why is it that we keep doing, or maybe our leaders or certain people in Nigeria keep doing, shooting themselves in the foot, getting into offside? It's almost like we don't realize that not only is it that we're adding to the problems that we already have, it's almost like the leaders and again certain other influential people, in some cases even our pastors too, because KJ, look at it now. Pastor Adeboye, I'm sorry, I'm going to mention names, whether anybody likes it or not. Because me, I don't, after all, it's Yoruba, so even if he's a Christian, at least nobody can tell me I'm anti.
Don't touch the anointed, though. Don't touch the anointed.
Me too, I'm anointed. Because as much as this thing can be painful to all of us, I know where I'm coming at this now. Pastor Adeboye, that other, what's the other one that has a private jet? All these are private jet pastors. That is very close friend. Now, as many of them are after are Yoruba pastors, so it's not like I've mentioned anybody that's not Yoruba, because me, I like to be ethnic too, in my own way, right? Now, when was the last time you saw some of these people talk? Is it because Tinubu is there? Now, coming to the case of this pastor that you mentioned, this sheikh or whatever he calls himself that you mentioned, it's obvious that I don't have a problem with if it was a case that I don't have my suspicions about the way. Again, don't get me wrong. I like the fact, on one hand, I like the fact that it's taking the US, whether Trump or no Trump, it's taking us to get to the point where the US has asked to threaten Nigeria, in quotes, for us to now discuss it. And even at that, you can still see, just like you mentioned now, that as if it's not bad enough already, we are still allowing someone as fairy as this guy to come into Nigeria. But that said, there are people in the north. Again, I just want to make sure that we understand, for those of us that live in at least, we should be able to propagate the fact that there are people in the north, there are Muslims that have this same sentiment of, look, you cannot force us to practice your kind of extreme Islam. After all, I have Muslim, you can say Yorubas Muslims are a bit this or that, but I also grew up with people that were Muslims, that were Northerners, that are nowhere like this, and we're also threatened. Again, that doesn't take away the fact that there's Christian genocide, if you will, but it also behoves us to accept because you can, two things can be right at the same time. It also behoves us the fact to understand that there are also people that are Muslims that are going through the same thing. I understand the sentiments. I understand, because again, I'm telling you, I saw things happening in Kaduna now. So it's not like I'm naive to these things. Ultimately, when it now comes to international politics, geopolitics, and America in this case, I align with what Dr. said, and I've said it before, that
okay.
Let me just round up.
Okay,
let me just
please.
round up. As much as you can condemn the Chinese, for example, and their dealings when it comes to the mineral resources and all that. The West is not any better, especially when you now look at what's even going on in with the killings in Venezuela. What's the justification for that? What makes you think that they actually love us like we love ourselves? Again, that's not to say that I do not align with what a lot of us are saying. I just don't want anybody to misquote me.
I like how you took it. And forefather, who is speaking now? Is it Chim, or is it who is speaking? The next person speaking. Chim, are you the one? Okay, Tony. All right. Now, Tony,
it's supposed to be Chim. I think we have all gone the first round. If you want to,
Chim hasn't spoken.
Tony. Now, oh God, I've forgotten. I lost my train of. Okay, Tony, go ahead. When I remember the question I want to ask you, I will ask. Go ahead, sir.
What do you want me to speak on?
The same issue as, okay, when it comes to geopolitics, which we just remembered now, we like geopolitics, and I like geopolitics. So should we now, because of the fear of geopolitics and the presumed America coming over to take our land, should we allow this what is going on now to keep on going on, so that we don't lose our sovereignty? And then while you're answering that, I want you to tell me, as a Nigerian, or as your people who have lived in Nigeria for at least 20 years of your time, what did the oil and gas do for you in Nigeria? What is the benefit that we are now very scared of people coming in to take it over?
Well, in 2015, I was in Abu Dhabi. I was coming to the US, but I went through Abu Dhabi with my family. And right there at Abu Dhabi airport, you could see a plethora of US troops. In fact, they were scanning people, because from there, if you're going to the US, through Abu Dhabi, they do your check and, look at your documents and so on and so forth. But beyond that, you still have some US troops stationed there. They are stationed, you have US troops stationed in Saudi Arabia, in Oman, in Kuwait, in Jordan, even in Syria, along the Middle East. You have them in Japan, you have them in Poland, Germany, you have them in Croatia. They're stationed all over the place. And some of these places have resources. I mean, the ones in the Middle East have resources. Kuwait has. I have not heard that America is taking their resources. I haven't heard that. Now, it is in the strategic interest of those countries, because they allowed it. Now, so all this noise about if American troops come here, they're going to steal our resources is a baloney. It's a BS. It's a malaki. The point is, it's sad that we have a monumental problem such as we have now, we don't have a solution.
Yeah, sorry, Johnny, let me cut you. You see, we asked the pastor, since this thing started and the fear of America coming, what has government done? And he said
absolutely nothing.
So how then do we solve the problem? That's what
that's where I'm going. I'm just preparing I'm just preparing the ground. I saw a video somewhere in the north where a community was addressing an army commander to say, your people are here, they're colluding. We send them, we told them, we gave them intel that these people are coming. They didn't come. They told him to his face. People are colluding. If you don't, I think, may God not let some of us go through the kind of experience that these people are going through. May God not let us go through it. That they are in their own country and they are helpless. The government can't help them. The military can't help them. And then you don't allow them to carry guns to defend themselves in their own country. They have to sleep outside. Their home is not comfortable. They have to sleep outside so that if things happen, they can easily escape. And we're here and we're saying these things that we're saying. It's sad. And not even the government has showed enough commitment to deal with this situation. Every day you keep hearing, tomorrow we're going to still hear people being killed. It's like, you people come and do what you want to do. Let us see. And then people are out there giving the impression that, America is coming to take the whole of Nigeria, take your resources, take everything. The Chinese have been stealing your resources for years. The government itself has been stealing your resources. I am from the South. It's people from some other place are coming to, they have oil well in my own South, where we have oil. Let me just give you, because this is initiating, I just give you an example now and I just close. Cape Verde qualified for the World Cup. They are just about 500,000 to 528, by 2024 estimate. 528,000. Alimosho local government from Lagos State estimate is over 2 million. Alimosho, a local government in Lagos State. If you want to be conservative, you say 1.2 million. So Alimosho is about twice, if you like, the size of Cape Verde, and they can produce a team that will go to the World Cup. Nigeria, that is 200 million, if you want to be conservative, cannot produce 12 men that can take the nation to the World Cup. It's a shame. That shows you the kind of country we are talking about. And somebody is coming and is calling you a disgraced country, and you say, no, why should you call you a disgrace? And he's saying, let me help you. And you are saying all this kind of things. Shame. Shame on the government. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. You see, I saw a debate on the X street, where certain Nigerians are saying that they are trying to Ebolize the national team, So they are trying to Christianize the national team, that they can only see one Muslim there. And this is what destroyed Nigerian football. This exactly is what destroyed Nigerians when they brought in the national what they call it now,
quota system.
Quota system.
Federal character.
But in this case, it's quota system, not federal character.
Yes,
federal character is not actually federal character is not a bad thing. It's just the way we practice it.
It's quota system. They brought in the quota system, and then the Nigerian team, the Nigerian Football Association died. So I am not going to even go into that today, but I don't know who is speaking next.
Sorry, KJ, is it quota system that made them not to pay the allowances of the footballers since 2000?
Don't worry now. Don't worry. We spoke about this yesterday.
It's quota system because the last person who was there chopped his own system. Now this guy who is here now is chopping his own. So what is not quota system? It's quota system now. Let's go ahead, Jim. It's a crazy place and people don't see it.
Yeah. So and at the beginning of NMPC, Nigeria signed a joint venture cooperation, JVC as they call it, with all the oil companies. So they make profits, and there's a way they share with NNPC. These companies like Shell, Chevron, Total, Tina Elf, and there were other ones, or many of them have merged with each other. So, but I want to mention these three because Shell is Dutch, Anglo-Dutch, Chevron is American, then Mobil. If you go to Port Harcourt or Warri, all of these people have almost a mini city. If you go to Shell, Shell has a big Shell camp that is as big as a city on its own. If you go in there, everything is inside that place. Do you know that when there is no power in the entire Port Harcourt, Shell camp would have light? The Shell employee will have... listen, the wives of those people don't need to go outside of Shell camp for shopping.
That is true.
Market inside that place. They have everything they need. They have a filling station inside that place. But today, somebody is telling us that we should be wary of America, that they are coming because of that same oil, the oil that they have been collecting and sharing with you.
God bless you, my brother.
Using their own to do what they are supposed to do, but you don't use your own to do what you owe your citizens. Because if you will remember the genesis of the kidnap in the Niger Delta, do you know why it started? People went to Abuja when 1 million march was done for Abacha. It's like people from the Niger Delta, and they saw the development of Abuja, and people said, so the resources from the Niger Delta is being used to design this new northern city, and we live in penury. That was the beginning of coming back home, and they started creating problems.
Yes.
And then it metamorphosed into kidnapping Shell workers.
Oyibo people, yep.
Oyibo people, thank you. You see, people think many of us here don't know our history. We don't know what has been going on in Nigeria. America suddenly wakes up and your natural resources is too critical to them. But their company, Chevron, on Lekki axis, has a big estate where their employees live. They have light inside there. When there is no light in the entire Lagos, they will have light inside that place. And we don't pause to think sometimes when we come on this place to spew certain spurious conspiracy theories. And I keep looking at people and say, are you guys okay? Listen, like Tony said, like Femi said, and like many people have agreed, no Nigerian would love America to place military boots on the ground. But the point is, they are asserting a bit of an influence that will force our government to start doing the right thing. Why can't we encourage that? And they're telling you, oh, they're coming to take your natural resources. All these Sheikh Gumi that are talking, where has he been all this while? Suddenly now, they're all panicking. A man who couldn't even go to a fellow Muslim nation, they had to deport him because of his antecedent. Because they have intel that this guy is a dangerous fellow. We're not going to say because he's a Muslim, we welcome him to our country. He reported, they allowed him to come and carry out his Hajj. He was sent back home. But people will come here and be, romancing and talking about... Listen, a lot of Nigerians have what I refer to as emergency patriotism. It's an emergency patriotism. It's not a patriotism that is rooted in truth. It's not rooted in reality. It's not rooted in anything altruistic. It's just based on some emergency. Like the national team. Let me give you an instance. I sparred with somebody on Facebook when Nigeria was clear Nigeria was not going to qualify automatically. And the guy said, we shouldn't say, I said, listen, why do you guys always do this? FIFA gives money to every nation equally. When you participate or play a number of FIFA games, they give money. Nigerian Federation used to be Nigerian Football Association, NFA, no future ambition, and it became NFF. And the ambition has not changed. The ambition remains to steal money. Money meant to be given to players, they won't pay them. Have you seen England or Germany or even US? And you hear their players went boycotted a game because their allowances have not been paid. Have you ever heard that? Why is it always Nigeria? They give you money, give to the players, Whatever one you're supposed to use, inject it into youth development or build stadiums or whatever. You won't do that. See, this 1 million, whatever we were discussing yesterday, whether Kenya added money to it and built a stadium or not, the point is everybody got equal amount. Go and see what Kenya used to do their own. Use their own to go and see the edifice called a stadium. Our people went and built one rickety thing that can have a glorified field. And people are here defending it. See, it beggars understanding sometimes. I wonder what kind of human beings we enable the kind of things that's going on in Nigeria. We enable it with all the things we excuse. We don't put enough pressure on these guys who lead us to do the right thing. I know they're not afraid of us. And that's why I am hoping that this Trump thing will happen, that they will release names of people behind it, that people's assets will be frozen. Because the moment your president can't go to France for healthcare, the Senate president cannot go to US to go and cure his leg, the speaker cannot go to Kennedy School of this to go and do whatever he wants to do. The moment they can't do it, they will fix Nigeria. Trust me. All of this is because they have access. When Abacha could not go abroad because Nigeria was sanctioned, that was when National Hospital Abuja was built. In case you guys don't remember, National Hospital Abuja was built in 1998. 98. It hasn't been there forever, even though it has decayed now again. So I think we need to change our mindset. We have a fundamental issue with the way we think. That's why somebody will be seeing clear genocide being carried out, and you are trying to create an unnecessary moral equivalence that does not help anybody. So this is little what I want to add before I leave. I think our people need to change, because if we don't change, opportunity will come and pass us by, and these issues will continue. We have an opportunity now to solve this matter. In fact, we have an opportunity that by 2027, with what is going on, elections will be held free and fair if we know how to play the game well. Because all this American noise will even put pressure on them. Did you know that they've gone to Abuja and removed all the campaign this that they were putting? The president is suddenly not talking about re-election anymore. He has changed tactics. But when this pressure wasn't coming, everything was today, somebody has decamped, tomorrow, number two, that was what was going on. So we need to, when people want to help you, help yourself also. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Chim.
Can I just ask, I'm not going to say anything more, quite frankly. I just want to ask Chim a question. Do you have a view on the future prognosis, Nigeria going forward? I mean, beyond the current American intervention or non-intervention. So, I mean, this question in the next 30 years, next 50 years, what will be our situation? I mean, is something they've given thought to?
Yes, I have. I'll be honest with you, I've dwelt. It's only recently I started becoming pessimistic. For the longer period of my life, I have always believed in Nigeria. In fact, there are people close to me who are accusing me of saying, this is your fate. We don't know where it's coming from. I'm one of those who believe we've had opportunities to create a perfect federal union in Nigeria. But for some very selfish reason, we continuously sabotage ourselves. And I'll explain to you what I mean. There is nothing wrong with like I said, federal character is not a bad thing. Every country has some form of it in one word. They have different names. In Switzerland, for instance, they have a rotational presidency. Because you have Germans, you have Swiss who are German-oriented and English, and some other Italian or something like that.
But so don't forget, as we speak, there's no equal citizenship. So when you're talking about even the federal character,
I agree with you.
Okay, so let's be realistic. Okay.
Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is this. Listen, the point I'm going to make is this. There is this unnecessary belief that if we need to create, as an example, the biggest issue right now, create an additional state. And I'm not saying I necessarily believe in creating another state in the Southeast, but if we create a state in the Southeast, then the North is losing something. I don't understand why they have those kinds of mindset. What is wrong in somebody saying to Nigeria that, okay, we're trying to vote on how to power the country. We have hydro in Niger State and Kogi, electricity, but we can't use this for the whole country. Why don't we just situate the situation that in the middle belt, for instance, we will use hydro? In the Sahel part of Nigeria, where you have a lot of sunlight, let's invest money in solar. In the country where we have gas, let's use gas to do that. and invest massively in these things. No. Some lawmaker will go to the National Assembly and say, no, we must use hydro because hydro comes from the north. In his mind, if he encourages the emphasis on gas in the south, then the north is going to lose something. Do you understand what I'm saying? That kind of thinking does not help.
Yes, but you see, the thing is this from experience. We've come, I mean, how many years now? Been together, and then
that's something going to 70.
No, exactly. So that's what should kind of inform your analysis and your hope. It's not just having, hoping against hope. How far have we come?
Oti, let me help
you. Sorry, let me just answer him before I leave. Oti, I get you. It's not hope against hope. It is the thinking that at some point that somebody will be able to sit back and say to himself, the reasoning I was applying yesterday does not help today.
No, it's not. That's what I'm going to talk about.
It's not just your thinking. Other people are thinking as well.
It's not what they are thinking.
Are we thinking alike? I mean, is there any kind of unity of purpose? Is there unity of mind? So you cannot work together unless they agree. So if it is lacking that basis of unity, then it's a waste of time. We've tried it. So
all right. Can I speak? Let me tell you why that is. That is because that is the reason why that will not happen, Chim, is because they are trying by every means to hold the Southeast down. If that policy is implemented, the Southeast will run away with development. So whatever is done now is done to make sure, first and foremost, I listened to one, I don't want to call his name, I listened to one Hausa, let me not say Hausa, in one of another elite. I said, why do you people, that is referring to me now, why do you people want to always be asking for equality when you are a conquered people? You are people supposed to be begging to be allowed to even have amenities in your place. This is what somebody told me to my face.
I have three square meters a day.
And quickly, KG, let me just add this one because somebody mentioned it when we're talking about, I think it had to do with, this indigenous something. I don't know whether it was quota system and everything. There is somebody all of us know. I'm not going to mention his name. I doubt anybody who has followed Nigeria's football from the 90s till date does not know this guy. He grew to the apex of football in the world, not just Nigeria. He went beyond this guy. He had a nickname, Mr. Fix-It, but I won't mention his real name. I allow you to all know who the person is. This guy is from the Southwest, but he has a northern name. Do you know why he took that northern name? And not only did he have a northern name, he was claiming a local government somewhere in the north as his catchment area. That was the only way he could grow. I served in the Federal Civil Service Commission. Yours truly did in Abuja. And I know what my eyes saw when it came to tribalism. That's why when some people come here and say certain things, if your name was not Abdullahi, you can't go anywhere.
Correct.
So what are we doing? So what are we
I saw it with my hand. My name was project to go around Nigeria with an allowance. They removed the name because it's an Igbo name.
Yeah.
And they still took the money and did what they wanted to do. And that project, I didn't go to that place. So I think some people have held the country hostage.
Yeah.
But it's not as if they don't have brethren who are educated enough to say we can't keep doing this. Because it's also hurting them. It's hurting them. That's the point I'm making. It's not as if they're doing anything.
Systemic capture.
Yeah, but we're not going to wait for them forever. Are we going to just
sit around? All right, and then, let's move on. I know that everybody has spoken now.
Except me.
Is there anybody who has not spoken?
Except me.
Oh, hold on. I know that. Yeah, I know you have not spoken. You are raising your hand, Ungo.
No. I didn't even see Obe. I assume he just came in now. I was thinking that after Tony is me, but that's fine.
Okay, after Tony is you. Okay. Please let's talk to Obe and Okija quickly, and then we'll start over. Mr. Obe, you are welcome.
Thank you, Jare.
And Okija. Say, Obe, you have listened to the discussion so far, and the question we have been asking ourselves is: right now, that some set of people are shouting that America should not intervene in Nigeria. The question we all need to ask ourselves now is, if the current situation remains, the status quo remains, what will be of Nigeria in the next 30 years? That is, will our relatives still be called Nigerians? Will they still be Christians? Or will they be Muslims? or will they be atheists, or will a country have been run over? What is bearing in mind that Turkey is actually where Paul comes from. Okay, Paul that wrote the Bible, part of the New Testament.
I thought it's the Paul that
And,
worked in aviation.
No, it's not Paul. No, Paul that wrote
Paul.
the New Testament is from part of Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
Turkey today is not the same nation. Whilst we want to everybody, the Muslims don't want to go. We don't want the Muslims to be taken away, or have no problem with them. Should we also decide to abrogate our own rights just for them to have their way in Nigeria?
Thank you very much, Mr. KJ and the panelists. Jim, you did a very perfect job to have with that narrative and that clarification about our situation. It's very unfortunate anyway. I touched down JFK yesterday from Lagos, and it wasn't funny. I think we don't have a country, my people. It's just a shame. Anyways, flight. I was supposed to fly Benin to Lagos. It was cancelled. I had to go Abuja before I went to Lagos to catch my flight to JFK. Is that bad? I couldn't even take the road to go to Lagos. I had to fly Abuja from Abuja to Lagos just to make my trip back. When I got to Abuja airport, that's supposed to be federal capital, where they use the data money to come and construct. Airport was Edo line was more organized before, the old Edo line, than an airport. They couldn't even call people to go on board. People were dragging as if the plane is a motor park. People were jumping up and down. Oyibo were all there. Because people that went for MOA, I flew with them to Abuja. So I was with many of them that did the MOA thing in Benin. So everybody was carrying the artifact in their hand. Oh, don't break it. Oh, it's fragile. This, that, and all that. Getting there, we went down. We don't have a country, my brother. It's rather unfortunate, But the main issue is that I did a Europe trip, and I noticed that I went Italy. From Italy, I did Switzerland to France, then France to Madrid. And I noticed that I used the train purposely. I used the train till I got to France before I flew to Madrid. I noticed that these people are just small catchment country. I could do a cross country within 7 hours. Nobody stamp your visa or passport across countries. They are different countries because I now noticed that these people are actually different lineage. It's a German, a Dutch. That is how they are. That's how they were able to live. You know the reason why they separated, why they are small countries? Because they need to think alike. They need to be the same people. Identity to live together. So we will continue in this mirage, in this cycle of nationalism, of we are one, of we are brothers, we are whatever. It doesn't exist. Ordinarily, an Edo man, a Benin man, cannot understand an Ishan person. Ovie will come and say that he's from Ososo. Anyway, Ososo, I don't even know what they speak. I don't even know their language. You understand? And they are Benin, and they're supposed to be Edo people. I'm talking of small Benin of how many kilo, whatever miles per hour that you can drive through. We don't understand ourselves. We are living like different people. Talk of the nation as it were. The day I lost my friend, my brother, Henry Osage, he was a deacon in Church of God Mission. He was going from church to the house. He worked in Nigerian breweries. And they shot him because he's a Christian. He was killed right in his vehicle. The kids, we have to fly to America here to with the wife so that the trauma can leave them. You understand? As soon as after losing that guy, and I said, if you are my brother, you are living in the north, I will delete you. I will not talk to you again. If you don't come back home. Because it was too much of a lot. After I buried that guy, I just started planning to leave the country. Because it was just too much for me to bear. I told him, bros, can you come back home? He goes soon come. He's trying to fix things. I was his investment manager. I was managing his portfolio when I was in Cashcraft. And he died in my hand. Because they shot him right in this car. He was coming back from Church of God Mission Deacon. So that is the country that we find ourselves. We are believing that these things will work. And we are trying to make it. We are trying to be one. we are trying to do this and that. Man, my guys, if we don't have a country, when I go to Benin, look at this Mowa thing they're talking about. I just forwarded something to Rudolph during the day to see what they explain about what the Mowa is all about. I heard the narrative yesterday that one thing use the those state money, they were supposed to give it to Oba. I don't understand what they were talking about. I was at the event. I went there myself. I drove around it. I saw everything round. My brother, it's too much to bear that we are thinking that this thing is going to work out from what angle? 65 years, and we are not still convinced that this is not a workable idea.
It's not.
65 years. 65 years of nothing. Old man, 65 years old is ready for retirement. And we are believing God. Even the so-called pastors, the so-called, in fact, I don't even know. I just look at Nigeria. I laugh. And you just have to be like them so that you could get over it, because the cycling is just out of it. Man, look at it from KJ, from my recent observation and you know that this thing is also ripping off that a child that I gave birth to, that is supposed to be a citizen child born outside the country. They are stressing me because I'm a Nigerian, inside Nigerian embassy, in Abuja embassy, in America embassy. You know, when you give birth to a child up country, you just fill one form, pay $100. They issue passport for the child. Now they're asking me questions as if maybe I want to come and thief a child and take him away from the country. That is how bad it is. That is how much they have damaged that country for us. A birth of a citizen outside America, they are taking me as if I'm applying for immigrant visa. That is how bad it is. We are talking about Trump. Let Trump go and clear everywhere. Even if you bomb all of themselves, it's even better. There's no need. There's no need, because all those things we are talking about does not actually exist. People have captured this country too much. They've captured it. They've enveloped us. That we can't even talk. We just do a infinitesimal part of the system, and you cannot even have an input in the situation. The president will tell you that he bought the office, he paid for it. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? My brother, I don't know. Yeah, I don't give up, sir.
So much. Yes, I'm coming to Okija and Okija. Somebody was saying we don't have data to even, the pastor was just calling out numbers. He doesn't have data. I want to read out the data that is open to anybody who really cares to know. Between 2009, between 2000 and now, we have lost over 100,000 Christians. In fact, around the world right now, Nigeria is the most dangerous place for Christians to live in, because we lose almost 3 to 1. Out of every 3 Christians. So now, if that be the statistics that we have, okay, I'm coming to you. Shouldn't a serious government find a way to negate this thing before a foreign body begin to tell them to take care of their business, or will take care of it? And why are answering that? Why are we so concerned about looking for how to cover the loopholes? Continue to lie to ourselves. There's no Christian genocide. Everybody is being killed. Is that the important thing? I thought the important thing would be how a government, which is your first primary responsibility according to the Constitution, is to protect life and property. Why will a government go out of its way to? In fact, I hear they hired a lobbyist in DC to start lobbying to change the narrative. And according to Ted Cruz, these people don't even know that it doesn't work that way in this place. That if that's what you do for yourself, it doesn't work like that here. So the mere fact that you're going to pay money to hire a lobbyist doesn't mean the policy will change. When they are seeing that damage is continuously being done. So Okija, what's your own take on that?
My own take on what? Sorry.
I just finished asking the question now.
Sorry. Sorry, I multitasking is not a good thing.
You are distracted.
Okay, Obe, please. Obe had the question. You can take on the question. So that
KJ don't weak.
Yeah, I tell you, because it took me a long time to lay it out.
I didn't know you were asking. I thought you were making your own point, yeah. But
No, I first call you.
Summarize it. You are a journalist. Summarize the question in.
Okay, no, let Obe. Obe has more to say, and yes, Obe, go ahead.
No, let him summarize it for him, please. It's okay. It's okay. Let him go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. I was saying that.
VIP.
I was saying that. Okija. I was saying that. You see, we have lost over 100,000 people between 2009 to today. Over 100,000 people. In fact, between Benue and Plateau alone, they've lost over 50,000. Yeah, over 52,000 people. Oh no, sorry, 9,000 people between 2023 and 2025. They've lost over 10,000 people have been killed. The question now be, some of us do not want foreign intervention, yet there is no plan on ground to take care of business. Rather, what they've done is to pay for a lobbyist in DC to go and lobby American government to change its standard, not to come to Nigeria. What will be your take? What will be your advice to the government, or what way to go about doing this? Because the pastor told us that there's not been improvement. Rather, it is getting worse with the number of people that are being lost every day.
Yeah, I mean, you even ask yourself, since this thing has been happening, since people, been talking, Trump, has tweeted 2 times or 3 times. He has spoken. I think he spoke once. Nigerian president, has he said anything to Nigerians? Nothing. Nothing. Has never said anything to Nigeria.
He's waiting for Boala.
Yeah. So we see him, talking to I don't know who's talking. I don't know if he's. I'm not sure even if he's alive. Talking to Nigerians through Boala. We never elected Boala. Boala wasn't even his spokesperson before the campaign. Before the election. And all of a sudden, it just to understand, what is happening in Nigeria. Like I've said it, I am. Like some of you who have known me, this platform, I was like, Nigeria, one Nigeria, but after consideration of what's happening in Benue State, I came to the conclusion that no. How can people live in IDP camp, in a country where there is no war? You just talked about this statistics, you give all these statistics, all these numbers, and the country is not at war. If we were talking about like say happening in what's the name of Ukraine, you will understand. But this is country, you are not at war, and this numbers, just climbing up, and nothing has been done. No, nothing. No, we won't say that there is anything government is planning to do. The one Tinubu visited, what's the name of that time where they had the killing in
Benue?
Yeah, he didn't even go to that place. He stayed in the capital, whatever. He had the helicopter. He had the Nigerian Air Force at his disposal. He couldn't just fly to that place and see the people. Is the thing. What you want the president to do? I know he will not do it. Just call for for the breakup of the country. Let people come together and decide, are we going to stay? Are we not going to stay? Because just like Obe have said, and people, many other people have said, this country with Nigeria will never work. I mean, if you understand, if you have listened to people, all this, throughout this issue, and other people, but things you've heard, from maybe when you are growing up in Nigeria. Like I have a family and friends who lived in the north. You hear them talk. And then you come to add to what these people are saying. You understand that it's unworkable. Even if you what's her name? Deborah was killed. The people that killed her, no one has been brought to justice. Atiku tweeted, and they came against Atiku. Atiku removed, brought down his tweet in a country, and then you see Gumi saying that these people are very empty coffin. I mean, you see, these things happening. You don't see any Muslim, any Fulani person, criticizing, saying that this is wrong. This is wrong. No, they don't say anything. And you think that this country will work. That's the mentality. When that part, I've forgotten, I don't know how to say the last name. The guy that grew up in Kaduna, the Yoruba guy that grew up in Kaduna, was a Muslim that became a Christian. You listen to him, you find that, when things are happening in the other country, Muslims in Nigeria, we are attacking their fellow Nigerians, and and they're rejoicing. When all Christians are killed somewhere else, they're rejoicing in Nigeria. How are you going to live in one country with people? Some people, they have Sharia. I mean, like, what's that? That's basically, if Nigeria has to survive, it's gonna be like all those states. Identify, remove them from Nigeria. They need to go. We don't need in one country with these people. There is no way it's going to work. It's gonna be the same thing. Even if you bring a government, it will take a bloodshed, and then even if you force them to stay together in Nigeria, they'll be killing people. Except if the Christians will run down out of those places and come down to live in other places. Because even if you force them, that they stand down now. Something will happen somewhere else, and they will go on rampage, killing Christians again. And this is not anybody that is not them. That's basically what they're doing. So this one is clothed in this one. The people are saying, they're killing Muslims. This one is just something else that has to do with Fulani and Hausa issue. That has to do with people who these guys imported. But the fundamental thing is that these people, they don't want to live with anybody. They just want them. They just want to, and then that's their Islam, and to take over, to conquer. That's basically what they want. So anybody thinking that they don't go to school, even if they go to school, you see what they talk about. You see the Fulani boy that came here. You heard him. That's the one that has access to the internet to look at what he's saying. Asking the Fulani people, when you know that the worst thing you can do the final thing you can do to somebody, take over, take his life. And you are saying you're comparing it with the people who are doing fraud, who are doing some other thing. Saying that we are when it happens we call Fulani. That's what they are. Nazis.
Nobody for human life.
When we refer to them, we call them Nazis because there's a reason. So people would know, understand. So when we say Fulani terrorists, we know what we are talking about. That's what they are. I don't know, but I am.
Okay, I'm with you. We don't spoke too much.
All this energy we've been wasting talking about Nigeria all the time. I don't know. I wish we were talking about maybe this road is not fixed, or we are talking so fundamental structure, everything, nothing is working. So when will it work? People, that you are talking about how to develop a country. They're talking about how to Quran to read. Bro, it's a big problem.
All right.
I wish. I respect people. I know there are some good Nigerians. There are people that want Nigeria to.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for.
But the thing
thank
is,
you so much for that.
It will not work.
Thank you so much. I want you to watch in our country. This guy was busy in Lagos, still preaching or speaking about this at this time of heightened tension. In other words, they want to let you know that they want to rub Ghana pepper on top of what is going on. And I'm not trying to incite anybody. I'm just simply telling you that it didn't make any sense to bring a fiery speaker at this time in the nation where people, relatives and friends are suffering and dying, and so many things going on. This was the message that he preached sometime ago.
Is it the prelate? You're frozen.
What's going on? Is KJ freeze? He's gone off. Oh, okay. KJ, are you there?
Okay, is he there?
He should go and change his network.
If I had a sick doctor, I would give it to him. And by doctor, I would give it to him. Would find someone as trustworthy, as great as the Prophet, and would reject him. Wallahi, if I had a 6-month-old daughter, I would give it to him. And by the way, I have 13 daughters with the grace of Allah, no boys. So I know what a father feels about his daughters. Not only that, it was a divine order. The Prophet said, I was given a revelation from Jibreel, this is your wife, twice. What do you want him to do? Oh, what do people would say? This is crazy.
What an outright nonsense.
Hello, I played that because I've asked the question here. I asked the question, I said, what is going to happen to us in the next 30 years, 40 years going forward? Because we are speaking about this now, people are playing politics with it. If the middle belt that have been holding, and I want to paint the picture clearly before anybody wants to speak will start speaking. If the middle belt that have been holding the jihadists from coming down have been now segregated or segmented to different sections. For instance, the T people have been totally divided. They've been weakened. Some T people are in Gombe. Some T people are in Nasarawa. Some are in Taraba. Some are in Benue. Some are in fact, some are even in Kogi. If that force has been weakened now, the next people that we to fall into, it will be the Igbos, and then eventually it will get to the sea, which is the original intent, that they from the land to the sea, they will dip the Quran at the Atlantic in Port Harcourt or Lagos. So, in other words, Lagos is been taken. It is Port Harcourt that we're heading to now. So, if we are playing politics with it, everybody will collect. I keep saying it. It's not about whether we are politically correct or not. So what should we be thinking now? Because it is now that we should think of how to prevent this thing from crossing. What will be our solution? Those who say America shouldn't come, what is your solution? Give us your solution, because government have done nothing till this moment. We want solution now. Some people say we are criticizing. Okay, let's not criticize again. Give us solution. Anybody who wants to give us solution, please come in. Whether you're in Nigeria or you're in diaspora, if you have solution of what Nigerians should be doing now, especially those people in the middle belt, Plateau, Taraba, Benue, Nasarawa, if you have solution for them, please come in and give us the solution so we can now project that around with our tweets and everything. Dr. Go ahead.
Yes. See, I just want to say that I want to paint a picture of what that picture was saying, just to let you know that it's already happening. Even whilst I was in Kaduna, I grew up in Kaduna just like Femi. I was born there many years ago. And I know Kaduna, I know Mondo, and all those axes. I even know Sheikh Gumi's father, who handed over that post to him. He was also a radical, an extremist. He preached hatred and all. And I remember back in those days in Kaduna, where young people, Christian young girls, will be snatched from their parents and they'll be taken to a cleric's house and their parents cannot access them. I'm telling you, this happened and it's still happening. It's happening in all those northern states. So what you're saying is not far from us. It's going to happen. It's going to get down to the south. For those people that say they don't want Trump to come, should remember that our government is complicit. I mean, I can't say that enough. When forefathers come up and say we should fight our own battle, what battle are you going to fight when you don't have the same caliber of weapons as the terrorists or the military? Recently, they arrested some Plateau people with weapons. And those people that they arrested, I can vouch that some of those weapons were meant for defense. We've said that the military will come and take weapons away from them, and they cannot fight back. So I don't know what people want us to do. How do they want us to fight? With empty hands? It's not possible. So if we cannot fight with empty hands, then we must look for somebody that will come and help us. America went to Kuwait when they were fighting Iraq, and they helped Kuwait defeated Iraq. I don't know how much Kuwait pays. Some people say it's to the tune of $50 billion. But I'm pretty sure that money was well worth it, because Kuwait today has got peace and America has got a base there. So what am I trying to say? By all means necessary, we need help. That is in the short term. In the long term, we have to tell ourselves the truth. No nation can progress when you don't have one voice, a sense of unity, a commonality of purpose. It's impossible. So all this talk that we're trying to pamper around and trying to say that if we fix road, we fix rail, we fix education, then Nigeria will be better and things will improve, is just a lie. It's not going to happen. It will not work. And the thing is that the Hausa Fulani people, that's the core North Muslim people, they know this for a fact. They are aware. And that's why they've taken the initiative and went ahead of the people in the South. And they're already trying their best to get as close to the South as quickly as possible, because they know that this country is not heading anywhere. That is the grand plan. And that's where I think it is. So how do we fight this from this point? I think there needs to be unity. All the politicians in the South are bots. Some of them have got dirty linen, so they cannot speak out. So the only way to fight this in the interim is to form militias and to make that voice for dissolution of this union to be louder, as loud as it can be. I think Jagun recently said in one of these discussions that it's a country of stupid people. America has given us an opportunity. We need to seize this opportunity and discuss this union and see how we move forward. Aren't you surprised anytime they talk about Nigeria breaking up to manageable units, the first opposition comes from the North? It's strictly because it favors them and they are not done with their agenda. But when they are done with their agenda, maybe Nigeria will break up and there will not be any land for the rest of us to have. So, okay, I think the situation is urgent. We need to take.
Thank you so much. I want volunteers. I have 3 people who have been waiting for a while. So if you want to speak,
I'm good. I'm good actually. I think
Good night. Good night.
All right, Doc. Thank you. Thank you.
For me, I don't. It's not a matter of. I mean, the length of speeches and all that. So you get to the point. We have seen the light. If anybody here, after listening to, seeing the evidence, listening, and then you don't understand. You have no understanding, and then your case is hopeless.
Mr. Ochi, I'm surprised today you change now. I'm surprised today you have changed.
Let me correct you. You see, the problem with
consign, please.
No, listen. I've always argued.
No,
Let me clarify him.
Speak. I don't want to reply anybody. Just make your point.
Okay, look, listen.
I have 4 or 5 people behind.
That's fine. I'll be going in a minute. You see, my position has always been that Nigeria, as presently constituted, it's not workable. It's not sustainable. The idea may be one Nigeria. So are these people? I don't know their reasoning capacity. You have to understand where somebody's coming from. It's sitting down, and if you cannot work by sitting down, then we have to find an alternative means of doing it. But staying together is not an option. So we have to, even our politicians, force them to do it. Okay, and we're not gonna leave our destiny, our fate in the hands of any officers, any officials, or any politicians. Okay, so as a people, that's really what we should be focused, on our minds, and that is kind of talk where you come here and then it's
you keep saying as a people, which people?
What do you mean, which people?
Okay, that
Ovia, for you, I don't know, everything for you is just kind of theater, So it's really, I don't get it. So listen,
just
as
don't
a
mind
people,
Ovia, just answer your question. Just speak, make your point, and then
okay. My point is this. Okay, look, I think I'm with what Christian
You've never guessed what.
I endorse that fully. That should be the thinking. That should be really in the direction we are heading. Of course, some of these things are not things that you kind of, you discuss in the open. No, but that is the only game. That should be the only game in town. Okay, so we can maybe be playing here or discuss other things, discuss football or whatever. But the only thing really for us as a people or as peoples, okay, that's our politicians. We have to get them to do it. Okay, none of us here is is less than 5 years or whatever. And then who are we waiting for to do it? Okay, in whichever capacity, whichever position we find ourselves, politics is local. Okay, you have to maybe whichever group you can be part of, join, and raise the political awareness and make things happen. That's the only way. I don't see any other option. For me, it's a serious business. It's not. I don't come here to play games.
All right.
I'm
Thank you
going
so
now.
much,
Good night.
Oti. Have a good night. Tony, are you also on the move?
Yes. Just 2 minutes.
Make your okay. Go
I
ahead and make
think
your point.
I don't think that the politicians can help us out of this situation because we have had a long time looking for them, waiting for them to do something. They haven't done anything. Now, we have some of our respected leaders who have given us suggestions as to what to do. One, IBB, he has said Nigerians should emulate the Azare example. 2, T.Y. Danjuma has said, arm yourself, they will kill you. 3, you have the DSS Director General has said to us, Nigerians, defend yourself. So it looks like, what everybody is saying is go and arm yourself. The same way those people are arming themselves, arm yourself and let us go into a fight. I think at some point something will yield. I was surprised when John Abba, someone who is not radical, he said something here the last time he appeared. And one thing he said is that Nigerians should arm themselves and fight. I was surprised because I wasn't expecting that kind of thing from John Abba. But I think as someone from Benue, if he is saying, arm yourselves, I think that is the way to go now. You should look for those guns the same way those other guys look for the gun. And then let us see, where we go from there. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bro Tony. I really appreciate you've been here since, so I can appreciate it when you want to leave. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate your contribution. Yes. Okay. Yes. I have a lot of people behind, so if anybody wants to take a go and then go behind the stage, I would like it. But if not, let's go ahead. There are newcomers now. Innovate. Thank you so much. You've been around for a while behind, and you didn't tune out. Thank you so much. Do you want to take a swipe at the discussion going on?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for the good job.
Thank
you. Yeah, I respect each and every one of you on this platform. I learn a lot from you guys. Just recently, Femi, that used to be my mentor, I don't know what is not happening, but it's okay. I just wanted to ask one question, because many of us on this platform keep telling that the US doesn't like us and all of that, and they should not come and take our resources. That both China and the US, they are the same. I just want to know how many Nigerians are are in Chinese army, and how many Nigerians are Chinese citizens?
Very good question. Yeah, the young man wants to know how many Nigerians are in the Chinese army or are Chinese citizens. If you have the answer, please, I'll be very glad. I will be glad that you speak up. If not, let him continue his submission. Please go ahead. Nobody seems to be raising hand yet.
Yeah, they will forever hold their peace. Thank you. The reason why I'm asking all this question, US open their 2 hands for us to come into the country. We'll be inside the country still castigating that in the United States of America. It get one of our brother here.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Are you in Nigeria?
If if I was to be in Nigeria, I don't. No, I'm not in Nigeria.
But your network is not clear. Are you in Nigeria?
No. I'm not in Nigeria. Maybe it's your network. My network should
Okay,
be fine.
because your network, we're not hearing you. Is every person hearing him clearly?
Yes, I can hear
Yeah,
him.
Okay,
his
go
network
ahead.
is good.
Go ahead. If they can.
Yeah, we can hear him. I can hear him
Okay,
well.
go ahead.
I can hear him.
Okay, go
KG
ahead.
is
Go
the
ahead.
spirits
Very
that
clear
affecting
to work
your
on your
network,
It's pretty
KG.
clear here.
I don't know what happened to the people.
So that is the point, because
Go ahead.
United States and other countries like England, where forefather normally speak from, forefather have never one day on this platform say anything negative against the United Kingdom. There was a day someone on this platform asked a question. The way forefather always talk about United States negatively. Why am I saying all these things is that this country over time have opened their border legally for many Nigerians to come and earn a living. Because most of us, we believe that they are coming to take our resources. Fine. The number of persons living here in America from Nigeria, they are in millions, they are in thousands. If I don't have a specific figure. Every month you send money back to Nigeria. You earn hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. Half of that money, whether you like it or not, go back to Nigeria or your family member, whether here or anywhere, So America gave you that enabling environment. Not just America, most of the Western world. Are you getting it? Most of us live in Nigeria. We could not even see this opportunity, And the fact that most people in Benue or the northern side of the country are facing this issue. And over the years, the government have crippled the citizen and they cannot act. And overheard people saying they should go and take weapons, they go and arm themselves and all of that. Just like what somebody said on this platform. If they should go and get that thing, the government or even the military, they will also frame them up, arrest them, say they are kidnappers. You and I will also come and castigate them. I remember in 2015, even some pastors speaks or actually, take this matter very seriously. They even wrote a letter to one of the major pastors in Nigeria. That one read it on a public platform across the world. That the Fulani said they have already surrounded the nation. But most of us see it as politics. Somebody in the eastern part of the country also, make statement regarding this, what is happening to us today. Even Sunday Igboho and many others have spoken regarding this regard. But I'm not in support of people saying we should, go our separate ways, because if you really want to save people, there are people who are, they are the minority in the northern part of the country. When you go, are you going to live there? Is that what your conscience should ask you to do? So we should try as much as we can, to seek help, whether being foreign or local, in order to rescue that country for where we find ourselves today. Because it's so unfortunate that the way most of us do come around, because we believe that the United States of America or UK or wherever, they are coming to pick our resources. Meanwhile, you yourself, you are also a resources. You carry your two left leg, come to America, go to the UK. Do you not consider yourself? Are you not more than that lithium in the bush? The number of money, the amount of money you are generated for the United States of America based on what you have acquired, based on what you know, is that a resource for the US? Sometimes we already take ourselves as a resources, but we are still crying that they are coming to take our resources. Meanwhile, you are in the West, too. The West is using you as a resources, but you are crying they are coming to take your resources.
Correct.
I don't understand. If you go to California, there's nothing like, oh yeah, everything there. Everything is there is brain. Go to Silicon Valley, go to many industries in America, that generate billions of dollars, that are not even all year related, But you and I are the one who is making that industry, moving, getting a lot of resources or making waves. But we are not consider all these things as a resources. But when they come to lithium that we don't even have resources to mine, we are talking about resources. Thank God somebody also mentioned here on this platform that even in the share or wherever I go to Mobi, it's not US that own all those things. Are they not already in Nigeria? So Is it better we seek for help because the government have already failed you and I? If not, you will be here in America, you will be here in the UK. You know, consider yourself as a resource that they have already taken you already. So if you don't want them to fight for you, you are just deceiving yourself.
Thank you so much. In fact, I now understand your name, Innovate. You see, that's what we the Biafran, that's what we offer Nigeria. It's brain power. It's brain power, my brother, because nobody in the next century, nobody will be concerned about granite oil, sorry, fuel, petrol. Nobody. It is brain. And Africa have it. But we don't want to develop it. Instead, we are busy trying to how to find to keep our neighbors down. How will it work? Okay, so for me, for instance, why am I making that statement? I'm making it to say that if we really want to fix Nigeria, there's a lot we need to do. We need to recalibrate the whole system. We need to look at how other countries are running and run that what will fit us, what will suit our peculiar nature. We have some tribes that are small. I'll give an example. There's a particular tribe, I'm trying to remember their name in Kaduna State. They're very small. Their interests must be represented. You cannot say because they are just, maybe for a month of just speaking, they are 10. So what are we going to do with 10 people? That 10 people, somebody may be there who will bring us an idea that will, give Nigeria the headlines, grab the headlines. For instance, that somebody from there can develop the cure for cancer, and Nigeria, boom, becomes a destination in the world. So we must find a way that every aspect of the country can contribute. What we are doing right now is cut and join. Cut and join don't take anybody anywhere. I won't say that. Let me move to my brother who has been staying very humble since he came in. I'm sure that he will have something very humble to give us also. As long as you
Yeah,
attack anybody today, just come in peace. Come in peace.
yeah, no. I think the troublemakers are gone. Some
Okay.
of them have gone to bed, so we will spare them now. So I agree, to a large extent, with what the last speaker said, about the resources. I was discussing with some people last week, and I was telling them that, look, that we've been in these countries where we are, UK, US, what have you, that we're already slaving for them. They're already using us. And human resources is the greatest resources you can talk about. But I think we've been indoctrinated, to an extent that we think that it's one crude oil or something that is the resources, or coal or what have you. Having said that, moving to the more important things, there are things that will still happen. Just keep your ears on the ground, clear your eyes. There are things that are happening already. If you are in the spirit, you must have heard, seen some things. Even some of the topics we discussed yesterday, the weakest of this world, etc. Those are signs of things to come. Things are happening, but only if you can see them, only if you can envision what will still come to pass. Now, if these guys stay till 2026, the current crop of criminals in power, if they stay till 2026, a lot of people will fall. Your favorite pastors, imams, priests, what have you, will come out and tell you that Tinubu is the best thing after jollof rice. And you will be shocked. Is he Pastor Suaz? Is this person saying this? We already have, people that represent their interests. And that the mainstream media is very silent on, so they call things happening in Nigeria, even this Christian genocide, etc. Are you surprised that BBC, CNN, they have not said anything, because they are part and parcel of whatever is going on. And that boils down to what the last speaker said about the gentleman called forefathers and the rest of them, even Ovie, etc. Those people are representing some of those interests, here. But yeah, you have the freedom to have your own opinion, to do whatever you like with yourself. Yeah, but I also have the freedom to call you out, if you want to mislead the young Nigerian population. Okay, and the next I want to talk about is the issue of disintegration and balkanization of the contraption called Nigeria. I've had some people advocate for arms, people should carry arms. That is not the way to go. That's not the way to go. And you know that morbid fear that the Middle Belters have, that, if Biafrans have their own nation, if Yorubas have their own nation, that the Christian Middle Belt will be left to their fate. So that has made them not to even realize the most important factors, the most important ways of even solving this problem. Because the Reverend Dachoma was asked by a panelist here, how did he think the problem will be solved? And he was beating about the bush, talking about the only way the problem will be solved is people coming through a referendum. The only way the problem will be solved is through a referendum. That's the only way the problem will be solved. And we will, if we have our own nation, we will push these radicals back up to Algeria. We will chase them out of the country and push them as far as Algeria. That is the only way those people can be combated. The Igbos, we push them as far as Algeria. So, because if you continue to beat about the bush, okay, say, we will silence them, we'll fight them, we'll crush them, and we are still in a contraption called Nigeria, they will continue to terrorize people. But we have the brain. We will set up a military that will push these bloodsuckers as far as Algeria. So that is the only way to go. If you continue to believe, that this contraption, that will solve the problem, no, it's not going to happen.
All right. Thank you. I know that, stay humble. Yes, thank you. And I agree with you. It's not something that we have to take. It's something that has to be done with a permanent solution. Nobody says you shouldn't practice your religion, whatever it is. But it shouldn't now be, people shouldn't be forced into any mold, no matter what it is. I mean, going to heaven or whatever, it's a personal choice. Some people may choose to go to hell. It's their business. So I know people who have said they're not interested in going to heaven. They just want to enjoy themselves here and as much as it's possible because they don't believe there's heaven. It's your choice. So you shouldn't die for it. Okay? Because when you go there, I will not be there with you. Whichever one you choose to go, I won't be there with you. So why should I be bothered? Anyway, having said that, I want to come to support diaspora voting. Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry, KJ, I wanted to respond to Innovate, before, because, he was saying, he said something about, people who are calling for breakup. I want you to understand that, what's his name? Danjuma, Major General Danjuma. So I'm not from the Middle Belt. Probably, I don't think Innovate is from Middle Belt. But, Danjuma, he has intelligence, I believe, because he has boys in the army. So he knows what is going on. So, and what's other, there was, like a retired military guy, military intelligence guy. All of them, they keep calling, arm yourself. So if these people who have intelligence, telling you that arm yourself, and then you go to your country, from what's happening, you see, what's his name? Gumi, who went to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, you know, look at him. This guy is radicalized. They don't want him. They send him back to Nigeria. They don't want somebody like him. You have a country where this, you know, the Emir of Kano, he led guys. They killed an Igbo guy and they put his head on a pole and they paraded all over the place. And you go back to the history of Nigeria, you see all these killings. You know, anything happen, they attack Christians. You know, they attack Igbo. You know, when they attack their fellow people from north, you know, it end up also attacking Igbo. You know, you see these people, they don't go to school. There's nothing. You see 100 years, you know, just think 100 years from now, the same thing will be happening again. It's not about that, you know, it's going to change. It's not going to change. If you are thinking it's going to change, it's not going to change. Look at them. Look at the ideology. Listen to people who know them, who have lived with them. Listen to them talk. It's not going to work. You know, you can't have a country where you have a Sharia law, you know, people practicing Sharia law. You see people practicing another kind of law in a country. It's not going to work. So if it's not going to work, let us break that. Let us just go. Okay?
Thank you so much.
I don't like all these, you know, all in save Nigeria, save Nigeria. Why would he say want to save Nigeria? Nigeria has consumed so much life over the years.
Thank you so much. And I seem to agree with you, because Nigeria, the name itself, Nigeria, was given by a girlfriend of Lolugat. So why should we even allow a girlfriend to give our Peking name? You see, and we are defending whatever we're defending. And you see, because I did a documentary on this lady and the boyfriend, you know, I went to where they used to stay. If you go there, it's on top of a hill in Lokoja. Okay, the white marbles are still there, where their bedroom used to be. Okay, where they sit in the evening, according to the storyteller who I was using, and be looking over the confederation, where the two rivers join, and they be drinking and getting themselves drunk. And after that, the lady just said to say, hey, what do we call this black monkeys? So let's call them niggers. Oh yeah, nigger.
Yeah, you're talking about
people are defending it. Yes, people are defending it. People are defending it. You're not even thinking of what were you called before one lady came and said your name is nigger area. What were you called before? And then if we go back to that and we start tracing our steps, we'll probably be able to arrive at a place where all of us will live in harmony in the same country, but with different ideology for every section. For every section. Somebody said the Switzerland, what's the name now? Will not work. Model will not work for us. How do you know? Have you tried it before? How do you know? Okay, if it's not going to work, let's go back to the original plan which we had, which was every region will mine their resources and deal with their issues. And then we have one, you know, a loose central government, which was the real thing that Ojukwu was asking Nabori. We have all gone around. 50 years later, we are going back to it. And even at this moment, we are still thinking of something. So what am I trying to say in essence? What he's saying makes a lot of sense. What Okija is saying makes a lot of sense. If we're not being able to get it right, and we're looking at what these people who we are with right now, their ideology is not changing, their methodology is not changing, the educational level is not changing, how on God's earth are we going to make them change in the next 20 or 30 years? That this is not the way to go. How? Having said that, I later called the man himself, called Support Diaspora Voting. Yes, sir, you have been listening to us, I believe. What says thou?
Hello everybody. How you doing? Happy weekend and happy not qualifying to the next World Cup. So, not good for now. It shows how unserious people are. Starting from that unseriousness in Nigeria, we'll be complaining about. I think probably we just know how to talk, and don't do anything. Because if one really asks us as people, irrespective of the fact that we blame people who are there for their selfish interests, when is the time we hold ourselves responsible as to like what have we really done as a people? If we say we are collective, if we are complaining of the same thing, what have we really done? Like instead of apart from just sit and talk from afar, from the comfort of our zone or computer or whatever, or maybe at the beer parlor, just complaining, what have we really do? because we seem to compare America, complain about America. America does. America will tell you it's not what the country can do for you, it's what you can do for the country. Now, if you ask, what have we really done apart from politicians trying to do and they are not doing? The military have done theirs, they've had their share, they've gone. Civilians have taken over, they've had their share, they've gone. But the electorates who have no interest in maybe getting into office, maybe they want to embrace their profession, doctor, engineers, or whatever. What have they really do? How have they really spoken out? How have they really talked to their own families? Because if you look at the local news here, we know that the local media in Nigeria or top media in Nigeria, we know they are compromised. But if you go to the streets and see videos of what happened around, like people who goes around town and pick what's incidents, you see that the society is wrought to its core. That you see somebody that was in the news I saw today when they were doing a lady, and I think he's a lady, her husband's brother, her husband's wife, and her mother-in-law with her 4 children. They opened an office whereby this particular woman will put herself up as house girl, only to the fact that she will go to that family and kidnap their children to go and give to her husband, which is supported by her husband, her mother-in-law, and her brother-in-law's wife.
Family business.
Sorry?
Family business.
You can that's like not that the woman is doing it, her mother-in-law is also participating in the business, kidnapping little infants. You understand? It happens here in Lagos. And these people, that how did they get there? Because they own this Lagos, they have this online where you can look for house help online.
Yeah.
Yes, so yeah. That's how she registered herself there, and they be going it. This very last one, I don't know what spirit entered the woman. She was so pathetic because she saw the woman crying on TV about her baby. She would die, where's her baby? Because she has a newborn baby, a 11 months old baby, a 4 months old child, and 11 months old, 4 years and 6 years. 3 of them, this lady took them to go and give to her husband and her brother and her mother-in-law, who they be negotiating with this family. It was another girl, smaller girl, that they employed to go and be taking care of these children, while the woman is going to go and look for another home to enter and take again. And this you said, so you are saying the government. Look, my brother, witches and wizards, they don't do plenty for this society where we like. If we don't do anything, that was as a people, because Nigeria they condemn, they go. I always tell people, look, we sit here abroad, just be talking, sending money. The people, look at what Palestinians did. People are dying in Gaza. There are people over here abroad in the Western countries. They spoke out. They went on the street marching. That even people were calling them terrorists before. But it got to a time, after over and over the years, people now started having sympathy for them and started supporting them. Because they came out. But Nigeria will just sit in our place, just be talking. Nobody wants to talk for any reform. Nobody wants to even even check the British government a little bit. Like, look, you can't be sitting down here and you say you are Nigeria is part of a Commonwealth nation, and things like this happen, you are not doing anything. Nigerians that's why cannot even say anything. It took even Jamaica got to a point like these people are not even helping us. They should get out. They are not part of Commonwealth anymore. People, countries take stand, citizens take stand. They push our government. They will just sit in diaspora just because of this a better part by neighbor syndrome. I think most of us in diaspora, we are happy Nigerians like this, so that we can have this stupid money we call foreign currency, go to Nigeria, change it to and become big man and shine over our people. I'm telling you, because we don't want to admit it.
Mentality, yeah.
When I say like, look, if I say support diaspora, look, I'm just trying to say like, we in diaspora, we have power. It's just because we are so docile, just like people in Nigeria, we just want to sit in our country comfortable. We are here, we see Chinese community, we see Indian community, we see how they come together here and build up themselves. But our own here, we tear ourselves down. We tear ourselves down a lot. We know this fact. That's why we are refusing. We'll tell you, I don't have time. I'm working my hours. Look at the time we spend here now. Over 12 hours or sometimes even 10 hours or 5 hours. What is bad if we take just 2 hours and go to the street and let's come together and say something? Make a statement. Do you know how many Nigerians are outside Africa? Sorry, outside Nigeria, within Africa. Let's live outside Africa. Nigerians are within Africa. Do you know how many millions? Let alone all over the continent. Because we are fleeing bad governments. Now, tell me, if all of us coming together and we put this statement every day, take 1 hour of our time If they go come together and march on the street of London or UK or Canada or France or wherever, like enough is enough. We have to do something.
That's probably voting. We are marching on December 1st in DC. So it's not as and we are not doing anything. See, so don't over assume that.
No, see, my brother, hold on. Listen.
So there are people. Hold on, sir. I want to help. There are people who are doing several things in several different ways, and there are people. So you, as you are there now, I cannot come and ask you what have you done for Nigeria, because you must have done some things where we probably got frustrated and you left.
Yeah.
So everybody here. Everybody have done one thing or the other in their community.
Let
me say, I'm coming. I will end with that.
No, you just cut me off now.
Okay, no, I'm not cutting you off. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, I thought I was helping.
No, hold on. Like I said, yeah, before Palestinians came out on the streets of America, UK, Canada, France, and started marching, do you think they've not done something in their community? That they were very frustrated because it's their home. They can't be frustrated and abandon their home. They can't. They say, okay, since we cannot do it at home, now let's do it in a foreign land. They came out of the street. Now what are they? Almost all countries now are putting on Palestinian flag, just the way they were putting on Ukraine flag before. Now most of people, even some Jewish people abroad here, they put on, but they're like, no, it's too much, because the people spoke out first. They spoke out, persistent consistency. They were persistent in what they were doing, and they got sympathy. They got help sorted out. That other government, even United Nations, had to listen and said, what's it called, Israel, what you are doing is genocide. UN has to even work against the Israel IDF forces. So what have we done in Africa? We just compare sometimes. If we put out something first, let's do something. Not to say that if we come and say persistence, but none of us want to just come out. But we can go to a meeting where we can talking about tribe. This country is bad. My tribe is this. My tribe. And the country says, even this tribe battle, we are even holding a meeting abroad. We not even see the outcome, because all we just know how to do is my belly first, my own, my family, my tribe. But you can't even say, none of us can even go beyond my tribe to my country. We do my family. It's not your business. It's my business. It's not your business. It's my business. And what happened to you is my business. Now, it's like, because if the from the first day they beheaded a woman in Abuja some years ago, if from the first day people came out to speak against that woman, to speak for that woman, support her, and fight for that woman, I don't think we'll be where we are today. But because it happened to her, and many of us, it's not our business now. It's their own business. And it happened to a Delta man, it's not an Edo man's business. It happened to a Yoruba man, it's not an Igbo man's business. If we were speaking for each other, because we were one, that's why I said collect diaspora voting. I didn't say tribal anybody. Everybody in diaspora come together. If we came to, if we try to become a single unit, my brother, you don't know what we can do. I just give you an instance of Palestinian that people call terrorist country. Now look at the sympathy they are getting from the world, because they came out over and over till the world had to listen to them. Like, what is happening? They cause us, they forbid if we come out like that. At least somebody did it, it worked. Why can't we do our own? Come out and persistently. But no, we want to work all the hours, pack all the shifts abroad, go overtime just because of money that we sit there and leave. But we can't sacrifice for our people at home. We just want to, as I said, we are comfortable. The country is like this. We want to be enjoying and be hearing news. They will go to Nigeria and become big man with our small currency. We will not change to Naira and become millionaire and be spreading, buying beer, drink with everybody, dashing money, or we think we are doing something. Not mean that if this country is better tomorrow, we will not even be doing what we are doing. Most of us will go back, and even the money we are spending home, we will not be spending the money if the country is good. You understand? So all this, even when I would listen to the guy, like say, like I wanted to come in, like there's no point. Okay, you already know your enemy. It's just that you don't want to call your enemy out. You understand? Your enemy are this that the GOs can PFN. You know they are your enemies. You understand? You might be saying your religion or what you are practicing is Christianity, but those people, what they're practicing is politics. You understand? If I were him, I'll call him to their face, but I don't want to come back. So maybe I'm planting some seed of hatred in his heart. Like, okay, bro, because it's brief already. You understand? His enemy are not even the people that are killing. His enemy is even from within, which is his fellow, that the GOs, that the whatever, because they see one-on-one with these presidents. They see they use this, they have contact of these army generals who give them escorts if they want to do anything. They have phone numbers of the IGs. They can't
but you cannot prove that the GOs are
My brother, at least
problem.
see that is your problem. It's Nigerian problem. We don't like to take blame that maybe it's our fault too. What should we do? Why can't we push? Have we given our
I can't. I
KJ,
cannot.
can I say something?
Have we given
No,
our
hold
all?
on. Let me
No.
finish. So I will don't
Sometimes
cut you.
let's try and share some blame at least, and let's push ourselves to the limit to know that yes, we've given our all. Not just because we don't want stress, just little small shake. We are tired. Okay, no, we are frustrated. No, push. Keep on pushing because that's what life is all about. Push. One day to be better. Push.
All right. Thank you so much. That's why voting. I'm sure that you have made a point, which is that we should push. We shouldn't just be talking. Do something. If you have not done before, if you have done before, try planning to do another one. Yeah, let me hear you, Femi, quickly before I
sorry. No, hold on. Not as individual, as collectives, not as individual, because everybody can do. I mean, as collective, we can come as a unit. You understand? You come as a unit, as one unit, as collectives. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Not everybody going to be your individual. Find a way, put a venue, put a time, everybody come together. If it's 1 hour or 2 hours of that day, something will happen. I mean, over and over, something will definitely change.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Femi, you said one said something.
Only busy hasn't spoken.
Yes, he hasn't spoken. But what you're going to say, is it long? Okay, if not, then you
No, I was going to say.
I wasn't going to say anything. I wasn't going to say anything.
It's
all
me.
Right.
Are you serious? That sound sorry, no first. Yes. That sounded like you, Femi. I swear to God, it sounded like you.
Lokopi. Good evening.
Can I quickly say it?
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, loud and clear.
I think someone else is speaking, but that's not me.
It's innovate.
I've been listening to your comments, so I didn't join on time, but the one I listened much to was the one I listened more into was when the guest was with Dr. Damages and some of us here, Pastor Yamashi. I want to draw our attention back to all he said. For those who are doubting that there are killings, Christian genocide or ethnic killings, we can now see a first-hand witness, someone who has buried his congregation members of his congregation that have been killed by these people. All we see on YouTube, the man was saying and showing the epitaph or burial ground of those killed and the names as well. We can now hear it from the horse's mouth. That is really true. But the biggest concern here in all is this. How can a responsible government allow this kind of massacre, genocide, atrocities to be going on if in one way or the other, the government as a unit or some key members of that government is not involved in this thing? There's no way anyone can convince me that there is no collaboration between some key members of the government in this thing, both at the civil level and at the military level. You can see that this country was not meant to even exist as one. It is clear. All we've been trying to do since independence is to patch it up, talk to people, console people, say it will not happen again, but it keeps happening. Both the killings and injustice of all kinds, marginalization of all kinds. I don't know, I think it was his brother or him that said that aside the killings, that some of the people cannot even get to some positions in government, even when they are qualified at the federal level. So what are all these meant to say? It means that a particular set of people want to dominate the country. We all know. So the country is not working. We hear the same stories even in the South as well. And at this moment, the way these people are pushing, these extremists, these Islamic extremists or criminal gangs, the way they are pushing, if government refuses to stop them, Nigeria may become something else. It might become a free for all, because the people will not hold on for too long. When they see that this thing is becoming, they may come out to fight with whatever they have. It's getting serious. Almost every now and then you hear new groups springing up with their names. I saw one on Twitter the other day. I don't know if it is true. They called the lady who gave the information, said their name is Mahmuda. They are wreaking havoc in Kwara. Somewhere in Kwara, their name is Mahmuda. Maybe we may need to do our own individual research to find out. So if they're spreading this way, you wonder, how come these things are happening and the government can't send? I thought the military has military formations across the country, that they can't stop this thing, as if they're allowing some people to go and kill as they like. Even there in Plateau, KJ, you are a witness to this yourself. Sometimes these people say that when one incident happens, the military will come there and station a permanent post there. Peace will be there for a while. Then when these people want to attack again, some information will be given to the military to move to another place where they perceive is more insecure, because they are giving room to these people to come and attack. And it happens like that. And they come and clear the much they can. See what the pastor and his brother were saying. I was in shock and shedding tears. I knew some of these things because I have people from that area before I left the computer, but I'm hearing more that is happening now. And yet we have a government. And when they say their governor's hands are tied, I wonder, why can't the governor of Plateau State make this his priority? He can forget any development. He can make this trying to keep his people safe and probably education and healthcare as his priority. He can forget about road construction and any other thing. But it appears all of them are all engrossed in this thing of playing politics at the expense of the lives of their people. You can't tell people are killing your people every now and then, and you can't go to the villa and tell the president, this is too much. My people and I will look for a way to defend ourselves. If you don't, the unity can't defend us. But they won't do that. It's sad. On the final analysis, I don't see any way this country will work, because this thing will keep happening. There is bigotry. Some clerics, when they speak, I hear one speaking, one that called himself Primate Ayodele, spewing rubbish in his church against the Igbos.
Yeah.
That one I know is politics, because his brother must have told them. They are spreading it now. The year is almost ending. Next year it will be full-blown election campaign as they used to do. They will be spewing, they will be using their prominent people now to be spewing all kinds of reasons. How can that man in this kind of sensitive situation raising that kind of issue, trying to cause tension? Then a cleric from Saudi Arabia, nobody knows whether the man is there in Saudi. I'm sure he wouldn't even say this, because that kingdom, they are trying their best to expel all kinds of extremists from their country. So the man, I don't know how the man got his way, how he was invited to our country at this very time when Nigeria is on the edge and saying something that we don't know where he got it from. I expect some responsible Muslim clerics to counter him and to even call the attention of the government that this man should be asked to leave. But they won't do that, because it appears they're trying to pacify some extremist Muslims. There are good Muslims who are very angry with what is going on, but this is becoming just too much. A country cannot grow like this. We are talking about just security when other countries are moving into high-level education and technology on how to make their country better for their citizens. Our own, we are still grappling with this kind of issue. What is the future for our children tomorrow who are in that country? It is a terrible thing, and some people are playing politics and ethnicity with all these things, bringing in unnecessary religious and other kind of sentiments. Instead of us sitting down to say and telling the government, tackle this problem. The citizens can try one day and say to the government, we can't participate in any election if these issues are not tackled. IDP camps spread everywhere. Conrad is not at war. In Abuja, I know some places in Abuja where they have IDP camps, people from all the far north. Borno is not safe. Forget what they are telling you about Borno State. There are some large expanse territory of Borno State that are in the hands of these people. Same with Niger State. I have a friend who lives in Mina.
Okay.
It's terrible. Like Lokopi said, maybe we need to find a way. Those of us overseas, we have to find a way to organize ourselves. And even if it means 2-3 man protests, maybe in front of the capital building of a state or even the council areas, that would be a starting point.
Small. You never can tell where it can go.
Be a starting point. At least
Can I respond to that, please?
No, don't respond.
Consistency. You never can tell. You never can tell.
Don't respond.
Let me stop
Okay, just like you know where I'm going.
No, don't respond. Don't respond. Don't respond. Let us, we are already far beyond our time, so that we can wrap it up. Whatever you can do is needed to be done. But when you start doing it, let people not also begin to say, why is it that it's diaspora voting that's always making noise? Because that's always what finally ends it. Why it normally ends. Is he the only one who is affected? Why is other people are not talking? But that's how it normally ends. But on that faithful note, I want to thank everybody who has been on. I will ask, for the round.
Am I making noise?
No.
So you say I'm making noise. Of course, yeah.
No, I didn't say you're making noise. I said that's the same point you're making. No, I said the people will not saying, when you march out tomorrow, you alone standing on one street, and they will say, why be saying only you? Why is yours only you? You are the only one who, now you only you there. So that's always the issue. And then eventually they will take their bad mouth, discourage you from doing what you're doing.
KJ, when I rant, I'll tell you my experience. We're together with Dr. Damages at that time in New York. I'll tell you my experience about what you just said.
All right. And then this December 1st, we'll be organizing at DC. So if you're around the DC area, please look out and or begin to plan to go there. Let's go from Bro Ike. Bro Ike, you have 2 minutes to rant or make your closing remark.
Thank you, Mr. KJ. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. It was an eye-opener from the pastors, what is, even though we know what is going on, but it was a heart-wrenching experience for me to, listen what is going on. The people on the ground, not that we don't really know. And for some of us Femi was born in Kaduna. I lived in Kaduna for 5 years. I wasn't born there, but I was able to travel to so many parts of Kaduna State and Kano, and I'm a living witness of what goes on, Like I said, we have a whistle. The Igbo community, we have a whistle that we blow when there is a problem. If I blow that whistle to Oriakpata, somebody that is by the street, somebody that is in Zaria Road will blow that whistle. Somebody that is somewhere will blow that whistle. Somebody with somewhere, before you know it, the whole place is circled by the Igbos. That is the way we were able to counter these people, because our families and our children and our people are living in fear. On Thursday, Friday afternoon, everybody closes shop because you don't know what is going to happen after prayer. So when we hear these stories, you should be able to know. When you go to Zangon Kataf after what happened in Zangon Kataf, you will really understand what actually that is going on in the Middle Belt. But I just pray that people that are eating from the crumbs of APC, who are their keyboard cat and dogs on the internet and the webs, I hope that because whatever a man sows is what is going to reap at the end of the day. This is a country. Nigeria did not qualify for World Cup. In this present day generation, can you believe that? Nigeria did not qualify for World Cup. That is to tell you the level we have gone. When you speak the truth, they say you are trying to damage the image of the country.
Giant of Africa.
Yeah, truth is no more. Truth is no more acceptable in Nigeria. So they want you to lie all the time. They want you to go outside and begin to lie about what is going on in Nigeria. So it's funny. Tell me the story we are going to tell tomorrow about why Nigeria did not qualify for World Cup. What is it? What is it do we have? Those people who make us not to qualify the World Cup, they are members of FIFA. In the World Cup, they will go to watch World Cup. They will be eating on the platform of FIFA as Nigerians. The people that were supposed to make Nigeria go to World Cup, they don't care. They don't care. You know, this is the country we have. So sometimes when we are crying, we are not just crying because we are crying for just want to make noise on online every time. No, but it's reality. It's a fact. Can you imagine a family that the mother says granite or plantain in the street? How many families right now can be able to take their children to the university education in Nigeria? I remember those people, mothers who are selling plantain on the street, can train their children into the university. In the present day Nigeria, how many families can their children go to university in Nigeria today? This is what we are talking about. So I just pray that Nigerians will realize and recognize that we are not just crying for nothing, that Nigeria is gone. Is gone, So it's this country called Nigeria is gone. And the people who are going to rescue this country, some of them, they have been beaten down with poverty that they can't even make a choice of themselves. Look at the election in Anambra State that just gone. Sharing 1,000 naira with a bottle of Coke and Gala. That is what they used to buy the conscience of people. That is the country we are talking about. That is how low we have gone. That is how we have sink into the pit. So I just pray that God will help all of us, our children. Like somebody I have 2 grandsons. I'm not talking about myself anymore. Not that am I talking about my children. I'm talking about even my grandkids. Where is their future? Where would they go? Somebody will tell me, oh, why don't you go to Nigeria with my kids to do what? What am I going to take those kids to Nigeria for? Which country? Where will I take them to? The village that they have taken over. So I just pray that Nigerians, those people that are APC agent online, that are playing the card of their paymasters in Nigeria, Nigeria will happen to every one of us.
Okay.
Unless we decide that all of us will join hands together to believe that we want to rescue Nigeria and we want a better Nigeria for our children and our grandchildren, because all of us here, most of us are above 45 to 50, right? So at the end of the day, KJ is not fighting to go to Nigeria to become minister tomorrow, but it's whatever he's doing here is crying about the kids, the grandkids, as just most all of us here, right? So I'm not praying for Nigeria to be better for myself. My time has gone. But it's about my children and my grandkids. God bless you, and I wish everybody the best of the new week. Good night.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your patience. You've been here since, even though you didn't have too much opportunity to speak, but you have been here to support us. Really appreciate it. God bless you, sir. Mr. Okpabelo, my brother. Yes, your one of your constituency guys say, "He who fights and run away, live to fight another day." All right, let's hear your style.
The question is that are you fighting back?
Well, we are fighting back. If not, Nigeria for don't cow.
I don't know if you are fighting back.
I think we are fighting back. We are fighting back. Yes. So, what's your 2 minute conclusion, sir?
Oh, now conclusion with the.
Now him we don't enter since so.
Yeah.
We actually
it's funny when I don't think everybody always asks for solution. You have to understand the problem first, then you accept this is the problem before you think about solution. So we see the debate. Boy, this is our reality. We're not this way. And the funniest thing, the thing is happening in real time. Right? But people go see they argue, they debate the times how they happen. It's all, I mean, at the core of it is all about power. From the beginning of Nigeria, the men who were at the forefront of the negotiation, they never agree on how the country should go. And whether we like it or not, that is still the fight that is still going on. And whether you like it or not, we are not special. That's how it is anywhere in the world. Our own just they peculiar to us. So men will always fight for control. That's how I don't know about how they design us, but the religion that all of us practice, which is capitalism, that's what it takes. It's all about competition, unfortunately. And now who organize? I mean, Ture say it's not say people don't bring change. Only organized people bring change. So if you organize, fine. If you don't, we will see the CR like that. And my brother Lokopi say nobody is doing anything. Nobody is doing anything. I don't know. It's either you are hating or you are not paying attention.
Why they misquote me now?
when
I told you as a collective. That's what as a collective.
Yes, I agree. Let me give you a reason why I respond like that. All right, my governor, my performing governor, where they work out for gutter. Right?
See, sorry, you will die for jail. See, yes, get my cut short. You will die for jail. You die for jail. You die for jail.
Why is so big?
You
die for jail. I don't
see that is our problem.
Why is Obey so close to you? Huh?
Allow me to finish
so close to the
now. You
governor.
get your 2 minutes. Why you see now our problem with that? Okwabolo was sworn in. Okwabolo was sworn in on the 12th of November 2024. It was on Tuesday. The next day, on Wednesday, I started the campaign. So we did do something. If I don't give us assignment, we should make sure we produce 3.5 million for the president. We are doing something. And the other people say, hold on, the other people, nobody say, no, they do something. Not just they insult us. So you guys are also doing something. At the end of the day, we will know who win. Whether not way they organize or where they do the insults. Because whether we like it or not, we all come to that.
It's all right.
So all this is why we will talk so. Now story.
All right. Thank you so much.
So last, some people are doing something. You just don't like what they are doing, which is fine.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your conclusion. All right. Yes, OBE.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. KJ and the house. Ovia, hello. Well done, sir. Well done.
I see you said they do something.
well done. Lokopi.
Okay.
You be Sabine Specialist Hospital, eh?
No, I know.
Okay, the time when they break my head for Obamacare born. Now go stitch me.
The
old one. Because mom still be get shit for there, so I went to rescue goods, and those guys wanted to take the goods over from me and ring my head. So there are specialists, 9 bros, 9 they turn to Mowa. So as they go build new one, come go carry the old one, go after Ministry of Works for Dancer Play Road. Then they can create that place, make it close to Oba Palace, close to Cultural Center. They share the same fence now. The whole of that specialist compound, now they build waiting enough on that. It be like America for there. You know, it was a fantastic investment. At least I was there. I just came back yesterday. You know, the fact is that if we look at the Nigerian situation, we could not use the level say we there abroad. Conde sabi talk say because maybe small convenience just there your side. It just the things and so light just be. Now, I have been to Nigeria 3 times this year. I tried to do it quarterly. You know. So if you don't go in there, you begin to talk from the comfort zones. Taking from your mind, you know. And when I drive through that city, when I see the way they behave, I was reflecting. I'm driving through Staten Island, driving through Manhattan, driving through Bronx, driving through. I would just begin to say, "Oh my God, I have to stop driving." I say, "Madam, I beg, who keep drive? I not fit. I beg." You know, because you can't compare. We let us use this comfort to forget exactly where we are from. And when I was in Uniben, I pay my tuition 90 naira. Oh. Now they pay 90 naira just for hostel. Go university, come out. These people that are doing this nonsense, so they all went through that same system that they cannot see again. That you will cry for that country, my brother. You will cry. Look, I just watched a video early this morning when a teacher slapped a son, and the parents came to the principal's office, and the wife and the father and the mother of the boy that was slapped beat that teacher and slap him in the principal's office in his presence, and principal was videoing them. You see, the spontaneous reaction to how Nigeria has messed up our head is too much to bear. It's just like you're a teacher now in America now. Why would it make you go slap a student? What do you do? Now your money take pay school fees. Now you carry and come school. If you teacher in no year, there's the protocol, there's the process. Teacher carry slap the young man. Then father begin slap, mama begin slap teacher. That is exactly the country we are talking about here. We're so messed up in our head. It goes down to even that father should be a graduate, should be a very responsible man from the way he comported himself and dressed. But he couldn't comport himself and control his emotions. He had to end up in that kind of fracas. As a teacher, you wear school fees now, one bag of rice. What did they slap student for now? What did it concern you? If you don't do assignment, you report them now. You understand? Why are you fighting on that man's war? What's wrong with you? Are you the one paying school fees? If you fail, everybody fail in the class. Why are you slapping them? You stupid. You cannot take a lawyer, and the system will not fight for you. Principal was videoing and they were beating you right in his front. That's exactly what we are talking about. We were so messed up. I'm sure that sometimes I don't feel can all of us just board the flight? All of us just go us. We'll just go do this fight for ourselves. All of us, we'll just go fight. You know what I mean? Oh my brother.
Okay.
It's pathetic.
Thank you so much for your
What happened?
Okay, let's move on. Let's
He wasn't looking for his group?
that was not part of our discussion.
No, meet him here. I think I get my we wear white cap. Then they want to talk to.
All right. Yes.
Aboki we wear white cap.
Have you spoken?
Yes, he has.
No, I think we are in the final round, but I thought.
Hold on, we'll take you last.
Now Aboki will bail you if I did.
Innovation.
If you send me go jail, local.
Why is innovation?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, KJ.
Let me go talk.
Who?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't run for afternoon show, but the thing is,
Okija is speaking.
Okija you know Okija voice again. Okija.
Huh?
Okay, Okija, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I took time to check online, to observe what Nigerians they've been posting since all these Trump Nigeria drama. We find that the majority of Nigerians they want Trump to come because, why? Because the country is not working for anyone. I don't know if you have like students in your life, people who go to school. You see how students, they are begging. People. I don't know, like people that call you. You see, country is not working for anybody. For people who are salary people, they're not, they don't have money. They get paid, but it's not near enough. It's not even, anything. It doesn't do anything. You see people that are people who are graduating from school. They're just scared. All the thing I am seeing and I saw online, you see a lot of people from this, especially Christians and people from the southern part of Nigeria. They just want Trump, but they're just telling him, don't come to my video, not my village. We know where they are. We know what is wrong with us. People we know, Nigerians we know where the problems are, coming from. And the only our government that our government, they don't know. Everybody in Nigeria, we know people who are the problem. So it's not that that we don't love Nigeria. Because how would you love someone? What kind of relationship is this? where you are dying, I mean, do you know how many people? I mean, like I tell this story. I had a friend, like that. He business person, music promoter. So he made he won music, and then he made some money. He bought what's that their car, the Range Rover Sport. So like he did a party, and I was like, we was talking, tears started coming from his eyes. I was like, what? You're saying that like because of 200 naira, his mother died. But look at it now, 200 naira. Nigeria has given so trauma to so many people. I mean, like even young ones, like young ones, people who are even before Gen Z, like Gen Z, were born from maybe 1990, they've never seen a Nigeria that worked. They've never seen anything. Look, do you know how much people pay for school fee now?
Yeah.
Do you know how much like private? I mean, not even private university.
Public. Public, yeah.
Public university, 400,000, 500,000. Tuition with handout, all those things. 500,000. Who makes? I mean, like how many parents will pay that in a public university? How much do they make a month? How much do they save? How much do they pay your students' school fee? That like in have a country where, I mean, which country on earth whereby you have girls that go to school, pay their students, pay their parents' school fee, I mean their parents' house rent. What kind of a country is that? Students going to school, girls going to school, pay their parents' house rent. They collect money from this guy, collect money from this guy just to pay their parents. Some of them they pay for their younger ones school fee. What kind of a country is that? Haven't we been tortured enough? Haven't we seen enough that we say, God, let this just come to an end? I mean, I understand, some of you here, from other part of Nigeria, I like you, I love you, we can be friends, but let us like dissolve this thing. This is trauma. Look at every one of us. Look at me. Where? Probably, we are going to be the last person that will die, among us. Come back, come to hell or heaven where I am. You gotta tell me that Nigeria didn't work. It will not work. It will not work. Just take your time, think about it well. Think about, people you're dealing with. How would this country work? Not even I don't get to see even a miracle. Right. I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Innovate, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, KJ and everyone. First of all, I want to maybe, because I overheard somebody, one of our big bros here, saying that Nigeria need to come out, we need to speak, we need to do protest and all of that. They need to hear us. Who is going to hear us? Like, what is the aim of the protest? Who do you want them to hear you? Like, who are you protesting? Like, we are also I heard you're also going to DC now, for instance. You know what I'm saying? They say Nigerians are not coming. I need to come out in a group, all the stuff, But it is a group of Nigerians that came together, that wrote petition to the US government, Senate, and many others. People signed that petition, regarding the genocide happening in Nigeria. Is it until they carry blackouts or till all Nigeria come together, you see them physically? Now, look at the question here. Even if, let's assume the whole Nigeria in US now, for example, we all march together to DC. It's not for the government or US to hear us, right? What will it make? What difference will it make based on what Trump said now? I think when they hear you, the Senate will speak, Abby. Trump will also make a statement. Then many people will also come out on this platform and say that we don't need America because they want to come and collect your oil, Abby. Or do you want to march so that when you march in America, the Nigerian government will hear you? Is that what you want? Sometimes when you see people have already done what they have done, the solution is clear on our face, but we are not appreciating that enough. Many Nigerians came out. They came out with letter, different means. They lobbied the Senate just for them to hear the cry of many Nigerians back home. But many of you people on this platform and many other places across the world are saying it's not a Christian genocide. There's nothing. They are coming to collect your oil and many others. you know. And I also heard people saying one or two that they make reference to Israel, genocide happening in Israel and many other places. Did Israel just wake up one morning to go and start bombing Gaza? October 7, people were just doing their festival. They massacred children.
Why are you starting from October 7? Do you know what happened before October 7?
I'm coming. I'm going somewhere. If you want to get the history, I can give you the history. Forget.
Let's start with the history now. Let's start from there. That's October 7. Start from there.
You know, I can give you the history. The so-called moderates, the so-called people they call moderate, they were celebrating in their mind, in their house, across the world. See, let me tell you whether you like it or not. Go to Surah 9, verse 29. They said it. Kill non-believers. They are going to surround you. They would. Oh, we have said it here, whether you like it or not. Ovie told you. There was a statement Ovie make once said about a few months ago. I was listening to your program or so. Ovie said you people should go and look for a name that are going to call you in the next 30 years. Maybe they'll from KJ to Kazim or whatever. You know, it's going to happen. See,
I said that he go at the smoke.
It's an ideology. It won't happen. You know, and they are working towards it. See, do you know what it takes that when you kill 72 virgins are waiting for you? Do you know what that means? And when you do that, you are fighting for Allah. Are you people fear to stalk?
You don't go sleep with 72 virgins, okay.
You didn't complete it. Innovate. 72 virgins with pointed breasts. Make sure you emphasize on the pointed breasts.
Yes.
You are finished. So that's your agenda. Now you
all
want
right.
to do.
With all due respect to some of those good ones. See, let me end with this. The moderate one, the so-called moderate one, they are not even practicing what they're supposed to practice. They are not even practicing Islam.
No,
Let me end there.
Innovate. Yes, just leave it there because
have a good night.
We cannot tell them whether they are practicing it well or not. It is however they choose to do it. That's their own. Yes. So but I want Ewa to understand that his future is very bright. His future is very bright. Because when he goes to that paradise, it will be
why are you calling me out, KJ?
Back to back. No stop.
Back to back.
Femi, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Femi.
Okay. So anyway, so first of all, I want to. I don't know. I'm sorry if I disappointed you. What's his name again? My guy. But that doesn't stop me from saying things the way I say it. We're not always gonna agree.
Yes, it's your opinion, bro.
Yeah, we're not always gonna agree, and I think I'll be hypocritical and I'll be doing the disservice to myself if I want to agree with someone all the time.
You know, before I used to agree with AY, but now I don't agree any longer. Especially when I realized that he was 70 these things are waiting for him.
Live experiences can be different, and your mindset could be skewed based on what you know. And me, I'm not averse to probably even changing or tweaking or editing my mind in the face of evidence that's presented before me. Saying, for example, that I know it's not the part of what I'm supposed to be talking about and trying to round up, but saying things like October 7, as though October 7 is the beginning of what happened. I'm very well informed about this. And again, like I often tell people, you might want to listen to actual Jewish Americans, for example, that are historians and are against a lot of things. That's not to say that certain things are happening on the other side do not count as well. So some of us are very, very well informed about this thing as well. Not be today. So let me just start with that. Then I told you I was going to talk about in rounding up, I was going to talk about protest, the issue of protest. You see, I remember during the Jonathan's time, doing that fuel scarcity thing that resulted in the likes of Dem Tinubu and Co. also joining us. I remember at the time, Dr. Damages did not know me, but we met up there. And I promise you, just as the protest was going on in the likes of Lagos, there were those of us, because I used to be part of the guys that used to organize that Independence Day, the very large one that happens in New York. This same organization, OAN, we had already agreed, my brother, attire when we read the inside code, I'm not sure. I could literally count how many of us were. See, it gets to a point you go tired now. To the point that it's only whenever we're trying to organize independence that you now see all of us. See, you'll be shocked that at that time nobody will remember say we be Igbo, Yoruba, Muslim, or whatever. So at least I my eyes is small. I can tell you that while I lived in New York. So I saw us for who we are. That the same thing that we think divides us. When certain things happen like this soccer thing, in a way, I even thank God that we didn't qualify because it looks like that one would. Because maybe if we had qualified, we would have forgotten.
It would distract us again from the problem.
You know, we would have forgotten our problem again for the duration of when
the World Cup end.
Maybe we'll manage to play 4 games, and by the time we
come back again,
we now remember. You know the way we are. So all of us. That's why I agree with you. Support that. You know, all of us same. We are all culpable one way or the other.
Yeah.
Way. So I'll just end it that way.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate your ending it quickly and soon also. Is there anybody? AY, I know you have not spoken. Okija has spoken, right?
It's 10 minutes now, so that's why I'm patient.
Okay.
I gotta give you. You don't give yourself 10 minutes.
Okay. AY, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
from 1 to 72. Explain to you.
Good discussion so far, you know, even though a lot of propaganda, a lot of ignorance that was moving around. It's also okay, to be honest. But what I'm going to say, right, is hold on, guys. It's actually good to try to know the details, listen to the other side of the story. Because what I see with Nigeria, if you are open-minded, you speak with different people from different parts of the country, people seem to hold their whole opinion, either in terms of tribe, in terms of religion, in terms of whatever. The man that came today, I really listened to him, but no matter what happened, he seems himself is full of a lot of hate. This is the honest truth. That does not say there is no killing going on in the north. Massive killing as that. This killing is going on all over. I think it is basically the failure of security. That is why we are lamenting we ourselves. Because some of the stuff he said, I find it very worrisome. Like he behaving like as if, it's only one religion that are ruling the country. I would put a little number out there, even in terms of president, right? From 1999, when you want to look at religion, you see Christians have actually ruled the country more. Like from 1999 to date, we have 13 chief of defense, chief of defense. Out of those 13, only 3 are Muslims, 10 are Christians. The reason I'm saying that is because of the statement he made. So now, AJ, who is the chief of? Who is the commander in chief?
Hold on. Okay, commander in chief is the president.
And how many of them be Muslim?
Hold on. I will explain to you.
Okay.
So if you look at hold on, guys.
Please just hold on. Let him talk.
When you look at the commander in chief from 1999, Obasanjo ruled for 8 years. Yaradua came in, he ruled for, I think, 2 years, he died. Goodluck continued, he ruled for 6 years plus. Then Buhari came in, ruled for 8 years. So if you watch from 90, then Tinubu is literally there for 1 year, right? So that's what really happened. But when you look at the chief of the first staff, it's about 30 of them, it's only 3 that are Muslims. The reason I'm actually bringing that up because of some of the statements he made. So are you saying that a Christian chief of defense, you cannot make decision without him? He's going to sit on the table, as he's going to plan and say, go there, go eliminate the Christians. Then he's going to sign. But that aside, people can believe what they believe. But one thing I know, which everybody have agreed, there is massive killing
of Nigeria, especially in the north. This has to stop. The president needs to wake up. There is no two ways. But those that say that, oh, if you don't support, I don't want anybody to invade my country. Do we need American assistance? Yes. If the American government can work with Nigeria government or get approval from them, okay, we have a target. We need to clean up these people in the forest. Go ahead. But you can't just go and invade a sovereign nation. This is the truth. But if they are in agreement, they work with the government in power, I'm totally fine with that. There is no day I'm going to have that discussion if a foreign country should come and invade or strike anywhere in my country. So that one aside. Then so we need to also try to pay attention and think, have some emotional intelligence, especially when you are attacking somebody that don't look like you. Because it seems we are not ready to learn. We are not getting the message. The reason why some of us are saying that is Nigeria is a peculiar country. You can't put religious war in Nigeria. Nobody is going to survive. It's going to be foolish. It's foolish because in some family, you even have Muslim, you have Christian. So also tribal war. Those that are saying Nigeria should divide, the question I'm going to ask all of you, this is a rhetorical question. If you divide Nigeria, what is going to happen? Are you going to get justice from the people that are going to rule you? They are the same people. They are not going to change. Because like we said today, in the history of Nigeria, it has always been fight for power. It's power struggle. That's especially with the three major tribes. There is nothing more. There is nothing anybody can explain to me. It's power struggle. So if you want to divide in Nigeria now, north and south, or in 4 places, or in 6 places, or whatever the country agree, if that is going to work for us, so shall it be. But personally, I know dividing Nigeria is not a solution to Nigeria because we have a lot of minority in Nigeria. They will always suffer in the hands of the 3 major tribes. This is the truth. They are going to suffer. If you think, oh, Hausa man is bad, you move to Igbo man is bad, move to Yoruba man, you will still suffer. So if they want to create a country for the minority, and the 3 majority can go their way. The minority in the north, let them have their own country. The minority in the south, let them have our own country, so that all of us can live in peace. So the minority can look for a way to manage themselves. Nobody will dominate the minority country. So there will be some kind of power sharing. People will respect each other. So there is no dominance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, AY. And
sorry, nothing about 72 pages. How for you? Why is this now?
I agree.
You need one.
That was not ranting, though. It was not rant at all.
You Obey.
Sir?
Said your governor is doing very well. You didn't tell us anything. Why? You go collect.
Your governor is doing very well.
I see you are shining now. Sorry.
We need to go. Yeah, revolution. You
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
You step the talker, you go laugh.
I have not spoken.
Okay, after revolution, and so you close the evening. All right, go ahead, revolution.
Yeah, good evening, KJ and everybody. It's unfortunate any day way better thing what happen, they will give me work. I know get chance to chip in my own. I just finished. So anyway, you see where I want to talk no far. You know my style. I know they like to talk plenty because if you begin talk plenty, you go they repeat waiting other people don't talk. And many of them will talk today, they no give us solution. They just talk, go up, go down. I was waiting for because I was listening. No, most of them, no, even local self, no give solution. You just carry and go up. Let us since we American Shakara then nine local begin they speak, he change tone, begin they beg. begin to play the solidarity, come together. No, now so you know, say before he get his own stand, but since when Donald Trump talk
You
that
should
thing,
blind because this name support diaspora voting. Now you say for them.
which kind of extra
Keep quiet, my
Look,
friend.
we know you now the thing where they among the people where I call people where they work for APC. You think say we don't know you. Beg you leave that matter. We know Nana. When una go talk, una think say una they talk to fools. We know all of una where una stand. So KJ, what I want to say, make I no disturb you, because I know say I come late. Una don't dey close. Make I no go begin dey waste time. You see, say some people go they come, they say, like my brother AY, they go they say they no want make America come help us. They go talk go back, talk. Sometimes no even know which point he stand upon. They go say they no want to make a. They go try to deny, say that they kill Christians, say there's no genocide. They go just they try to talk and like that. The place where they work, we have more Muslims than Christians by far. Despite saying a Christian country, many of them, they don't try many ways to come convince me to become a Muslim. Now one I can't challenge one. They say, my brother, what they worry yourself? Me, what did I ever tell you? May you can't join Christianity? What it concern you as I they go my own jeje? You think say you get the authority to come tell me make I live my own religion, follow your own? Since that day, that guy anywhere where he see me, they disappear. Because you don't talk and tire where I just do like say, because here now you go control yourself, make them no go sack you because of somebody problem. But since that day where I confront them like this, if you just cite me, they disappear. You understand me? So what somebody they talk say the thing where that bros talk today, that pastor say they vex them. The other brother, I know they like to call in that name way they take call himself again. We come today. If they follow anchor this program sometimes, I swear I no ever mention that name we put on that where they wear something.
My father.
Why do you have so much hate in you? Why do you have so much hate in you?
Don't worry now. I have my hate. When somebody hates me, I hate them back. That is how life be. I get the authority. If you hate me, I will hate you too. Make you know how hate they be. Loco, if you hate me and you expect me to love you,
Loco,
that is wrong.
Loco, he's not serious.
If you hate me, I will hate you back. Make you know how hatred they be.
Okay, if you guys allow him to make his comment, I'll be
they
very
don't
happy
allow
to
make
hear.
I talk now. You talk your own now. Nobody disturb him. If you hate me, I will hate you back so that you will know what hatred means.
Correct.
Because now they do this Muslim people where they kill us for Nigeria. When their people kill, they go try to defend them. Because why? The Christians teach us when they slap you, turn on that cheek. Assuming save them kill one from Christian, then kill one for their own. As Christian they cry, then self they cry. All these things for don't end. And I really like waiting that man talks now. You don't tell the youth, defend yourself. The thing where they pay me, we say how people go take give them waiting they go take defend themselves.
Correct.
That is the thing where they worry my heart. I wish they go give them
you get money
their
now.
own thing.
Brigham go help you give them. Brigham.
So that both sides go they feel that pain.
That the weapon I send and go.
All right. Thank you
So
so much.
KJ, to tell you
Yes.
good night. What I want to say is plenty, but I don't want to make I just say good night. Say una do well and make una think about that bros where I take una where I talk. I say I no go to mention name. If una go give a suspension,
we don't know your name. Mention your name.
If una go give a suspension, I don't want to call it like say he get better name for call him. That name where they give himself, it be like say the thing they swallow in head. Who he be to call his name that himself forefather?
Last call his name. You see you last he call his name.
No, I just want mention him. I know not be name, but I just want tell him. Now that thing where he give himself make I think say he put himself over himself. Which is pomposity. People will call her now when somebody they too pompous. You don't know what you want to override everybody. KJ.
Thank you so much. Forefather is not here, so let's leave it. And,
no, you know they here, but they listen.
Let's leave him.
Make una suspend them.
All right, thank you so much, Revolution. You made a very good point there, and Forefather has a right of response if he wants to, but I don't think.
Okay, KJ,
Mr.
Electrobusha. How can you say make a very good point by hating foreigners? No, no. We got point to
No,
make.
no, now
You don't make good. You don't make
is
good
that the
points.
only
You don't
you
make
see
good.
now? This now so I take young people head. Is that the
Now
only
you,
thing?
you want to
No, is that the only thing he said?
You make a very good point. Which point you make?
He spoke on other things, and that's what I'm saying. And I said about forefather. Forefather has the right to respond. That's what
He was not referring to forefathers. Yes. We got you.
Oh, okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I will be quick. It's just to say that the country is not working, and our leaders are all hiding their head like ostrich. They are all living in denial, and it's really getting out of hand. The people too should stand and say, no, this is no longer tenable. There can be killings all across the country just like that. We need to sit down. We need to sit down and decide how to handle our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank every single one of you. It's been a great day. Okay, and I want to thank Oscar Blackstone. He's the only one who bought us coffee today. Thank you, Oscar. You're always there to to be part of this program. God really bless you and replenish your pockets. And for every one person who have been here on this panel, I want to thank you, AY, for coming in at the last minute just to add your voice.
Thank you for allowing me coming today.
Yes,
you know,
you could
sometimes
do
you
not
keep
to
your
come
backstage.
Yes, not a problem. It's okay. And
Well, you
not
know,
the same. Yes, and like today, I intended to close by after 3 hours, but people were too passionate, so I allowed to go to 4 hours. So I wasn't pressed for time. Thank you, Loco P, and all your contributions. The truth is, we should always understand something. When people have their views, we mustn't force them to take our own. But we can express our own. You can hold your view, I hold my view. It doesn't make anything, change the world. And that's how we are, because we all grew up in different environments and different circumstances and situations. So when people try to make you must take your view, my view must be no. We created a platform so that you all can bring your views and we all share and debate about it. We may agree, we may not agree. Let's always learn to, be disagreeable, not to carry it over. Thank you so much, Lokobi. Thank you, OBE. I really appreciate even you're giving us insight of what Obablo is doing in Edo State. If every governor do well, I think the level of poverty will reduce in Nigeria. So we pray that
I was surprised Obe changed his mind about Kwewolo. That's good.
What did I say about Okwewolo? What did Okwewolo do?
He said he's doing a good job.
Okay.
Okwewolo is not doing anything,
They said he's doing a good job too.
Gentlemen, the show have ended.
You know Okwewolo problem. When you have a governor that had performed and you are now coming behind it, it's difficult to outperform that person. That's why he's always mentioning him to bring him down. That's actually the problem he has.
All right.
Anything Obaseki must show in his speech so that he will,
Thank you.
From a weak point.
KJ, sorry. No backstage now. No backstage.
No backstage, you.
Is that to do backstage? What's the backstage? Don't
no
Dr. Damages allowed last week.
No backstage.
Okay.
I'm not Dr. Damages. I'm only his boy. So
make you send message to him now. Maybe next week.
No, he didn't. He must be sleeping by now because.
Send message to him against maybe for the future.
Next week. What's that?
His boys are demanding for backstage.
Okay, I will let you know.
After show discussion.
Let us chat more. We will come on.
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
All right.
And this is where we will call it a day. With every single one of these individuals, they've been great guys. Anyway, thank you so much. We appreciate each and every one of you who contributed greatly today. And here is our concluding thoughts. Nigeria is a country like any other nation. And we have citizens, not masses. And if we recognize our citizens if we recognize Nigerian people as citizens, there are certain things we will not do, and there are certain character we will not display. But since we are ruling masses, And the masses are the wretched of the earth, so nobody really gives a hoot whether they are alive or dead. Now a foreign power is saying, we want to come and help you keep peace in your community, in your land, and we take so much, we don't like it. But we don't like not because we are doing something different from what we have been doing. We've constantly and continuously done the same thing again and again, just the same thing they were complaining about. More and more people have been, been taken to their early graves because of the same thing, which the international community is talking about, which is what Christian genocide. In whichever side of the divide you are, we know that to lose over 50,000 people, within a short space of time, it is not an easy thing. It is not good for our nation. It is not good for the government. It's not good for the people of Nigeria. I like to recall one of the incidents in Plateau State where the whole family had been wiped off. So mother, father, and children. That means that DNA have been shot out of this world. Only God knows who they would have been, what they would have been able to do if they've been left to survive. And anybody who tells you is header farmers clash, anybody who tells you it's a climate change situation, it is not. I repeat, it is not. It is real, it is total, and it is happening even till tomorrow. So let us wake up from our slumber. Nigerian government, wake up. Sending people all around the world to make input, having a media, will not work. Because the media, the international media don't work like your own media in Nigeria that you can easily write letters and say, don't mention this word, don't talk about this story, don't carry this story, and they will obey you. And just like Piers Morgan said to your Minister of External Affairs, okay, saying what you said is okay, but whether they will believe you, that's what it is. Whether the international community will believe what you're saying. So it doesn't matter how many press conferences you hold and what platform you go hold it. Once it's not real, the international community have the ability to refuse it, and they will give you for facts, free of charge. They are not like our own media, where the man who is in charge can decide to say, I won't give you money to travel to that location to go and verify the story. Consequently, write from your desk, and you write everything from your desk from the government talking point, and that's be it. These people know that this is what we do now, so it's not going to work any longer. They know that it's on the government mouthpiece that journalists in Nigeria write, except for very few, and those few are very scarce these days. So, if I were to advise government, I would say put things in place, show the people that actually what you are saying is that you have put things in place. Trying to deny it doesn't make any sense, because pictures these days can be taken from the satellite. Everything that's going on in your country can be viewed from the satellite, and that's why Google can search out where will you be, that you will not be able to pinpoint exactly where you are. So it is useless going to international community to go and talk to them and say this thing is not happening, it's all a lie, it's contrived. No. Let's change our style of governance. Let's protect our people. And when I say our people here, just like the pastor spoke today, Pastor Ezekiel said, it's not about who is being killed. It's about stop killing the people. Stop the movement. Stop taking people's land and resettling it. Imagine over 90 communities have been taken over and their names changed. This is what we are afraid of, and it's called ethnic cleansing. Let us stop it. Let us stop it. More so that I find it difficult to understand. During Buhari's time, he said these people are not, they say they are foreigners. They're not even Nigerians. So why do we allow foreigners, foreign headers, foreign terrorists to come and run over our people? And we're not concerned as a government. We're not bothered about it. We're going around and defending the foreign terrorists that we say these are not Nigerians doing these killings. Does it make sense to anybody? If it does make sense to you, it doesn't make sense to me. So we have said what we said. That is our own opinion and the panelists' opinion. It is left to you to judge which way and how we can build a nation. But I can tell you, without being afraid of being misquoted, that no nation, no people have built a nation the way we are going about it. You can't build a nation with injustice. You can't build a nation with, where there's no equity, where laws are queued to whoever the name is. The level of justice you get is dependent on who you are. No nation builds that, and we are quick to call America. America the lady law does not have a peeping eye to see who it is to identify. No, the blind is totally folded, and that fold doesn't go off, irrespective of whether it's a big man or a poor man, whether it is a person in government or person out of government. And that's why the nation will continuously to strive. Even only God knows. They continuously to strive, and that's why they can speak with boldness, because the law works. Let's build a nation where the law works. Let's build a nation where we're not trying to give a particular set of people advantage over others. I thank you, and God bless you. We will see all of you next week. Have a good night.
1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911,000,000 1,911,844,000,000 1 trillion. This money is too much for me.
Okudelio, nyekelanio. Olisamalugo mkoyene menenua. Okudelio, nyekelanio. Chukuna malugo yobia diocha. Agaranya chogo kowe bili. Agaranya chogo kowe rienio. Owe chuku bezie chuku. Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo. Nuche chukwa busia ifegemeo. Nifo solo ne asi alibazie.